when she starts at school, I'll just catch a piece of paper or something.
That's fine, one, you know.
Yeah, yeah. But I saw someone that did that. His mom had passed away, and he took, she would send him birthday cards and stuff like that. So she would always write love on it, love mom. And so he took the love and got it on his shirt.
Yeah,
so that's an amazing thing. And I was like, I want to do something like that. So, yeah.
I'm going to go. I'm going to use the restroom.
Okay.
I was speaking last night.
Look at you.
Dropping them on tables and stuff.
You are the most amazing person ever. I know.
We'll give it a few
Got
more.
a couple more minutes.
Yeah, people are. trickling in with their coffee downstairs.
I was ready to get here.
No worries. So if you haven't noticed yet, there is coffee in the back of the room, thanks to our friends at Databricks, VMware, and Mattermost. Oh, yeah, I'll grab it. I'm sorry. Would you like a bottle of water or something up here for you and Karsten?
Yes.
For those of you getting in, just at the end here, just a reminder, we do have coffee in the back of the room from our friends at VMware, Mattermost, and Databricks.
Here are the awards. We already have the company. There's 5 of them. And then these prizes are, you just want to choose people at random?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yep, you can figure out how you're going to get rid of them, but not in this room. Probably should have given them last time, to be honest with you. Or I can just return it over.
No, I'll get rid of them. We're good.
Yeah, I don't think we haven't done
Okay. Well, the big ones, I'll figure out how to get that one.
Sorry? Oh, thank you. Cool. So let's go ahead. We're just a minute past 10, so we'll go ahead and get started here in just a second. We've got a couple administrative items, and then as folks join us, we'll kick off with our keynote today by Dimitris about making our community more diverse and inclusive. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us for the second for the Sunday morning keynote here at the Hilton LAX for SCaLE 19. As a reminder, we have another keynote closing this afternoon with Dr. Vint Cerf, and if you're not familiar with him, he is one of the creators of the internet. I think all of my early reading about the internet and CS, and as I was getting started, all talked about him. So this is a very exciting moment for me. Although also with Dimitris as well, as we talk about how to grow our own communities. If you haven't had a chance yet to head by the expo floor, there's plenty of time after this session as well. Please do go by and thank our sponsors for helping make this conference possible, as well as all the community groups that join us to share about their open source projects, their lugs, their meetups, their initiatives. They all put in a ton of effort, and so wanted to take a minute to also share some of the winners of the SCaLE exhibitor prizes. We surveyed you all about what you enjoyed at the conference, what you enjoyed on the expo floor, and the ballots and results came in. And so, without further ado, we'll drop these off at your booths afterwards. Don't feel like you have to rush the stage, but The people have spoken, and OpenSUSE has won Best Presentation at their booth. Our friends at the Linux Chicks have won the prize for Best Spirit.
Awesome. Awesome.
We are very thankful to Spot and the rest of the Dave Nally and the rest of the AWS team for all of their support this year, and they have won Most Memorable Booth. If you haven't been down there, AWS is doing some amazing things with open source. They've also got some fancy sodas for you and other cool swag. So go on by, talk to them about how they're helping build a more open cloud. GitLab has won Most Interactive Booth, and so it sounds like there's some fun interactive things to do at that booth. I encourage you to go by before the expo closes at 2 and try those activities out. And then finally, people really loved the swag that came from the CNCF, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. They were working with a bunch of Lego sets of all their favorite cloud native characters, and I saw some people building some exciting things with them both at game night and on the expo floor. So again, go check them out as well. So we will bring those certificates by your booths later on. No need to rush the stage just now. And so on that note, again, for next year, we are planning to have SCaLE back in Pasadena. I know everybody enjoyed this blast from the past here at LAX. Hope you got your in and out in and anything else that you enjoyed from this particular area. But next year, we will be back in Pasadena with all of the fun activities that brings with it. What else is there? So yep, again, today, we'll be here till 4. At 3 o'clock, we will have Dr. Vince Cerf's presentation about how open source helped build the internet, as well as some fun raffles and giveaways. We've got a new laptop from Purism that you have to be in the room to win, so I encourage you to come join, and a closing sort of happy hour with drinks and snacks and other things. So again, we'll see you all here at 3 to 4, give or take. But let's transition to what you're all here for this morning. I know we all braved game night last night and stayed up till the wee hours playing video games and winning at casino games and escape rooms and such. But we're here this morning early on a Sunday to learn all about diversity and inclusion. And it's one of the I think it's an important topic for us as a community as we try to figure out how do we continue to grow it. We can't just continue to build a community of just ourselves. There's lots of friends that have come from different backgrounds, different perspectives, different areas of interest. So we thought it was an important opportunity for us to learn with Dimitris and later in a conversation with Karsten how we can all continue to grow and contribute to that diversity and inclusiveness. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dimitris, who flew in from a very special family occasion just to join us today. And she'll be sharing with us a little bit about the work she's doing at GitHub and in her past and elsewhere. And so thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Delighted to be here. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever got a yell before at the beginning, so I appreciate that. So wanted to let you all know, just so you'll know you'll have time to ask us some Q&A. I'm going to speak for about 20 minutes here, and then my friend Karsten is going to join me for some Q&A that he and I have in more of a fireside chat type style. And then we're going to save about 20 minutes for you all to ask any questions that you may have. So anything that comes up for you during this presentation, please just jot it down, and I'm happy to answer that afterwards. So, okay, let's get started. Let's open source diversity and inclusion and figure out what the heck did I mean by that. So again, I am Dimitris Cheatham. I'm the Senior Director for Diversity and Inclusion Strategy at GitHub. Been there for about 2 years now. And I have to tell you about my time at GitHub, specifically when I was interviewing. So I was interviewing with Erica Brescia, who sends her love and regards for SCaLE, by the way. When I told her I was coming here, she was like, oh my gosh, I remember when it got started and all these things, and they're my friends. So she told me to make sure that I told you all hello. But Erica Brescia was the COO of GitHub at the time where I was interviewing, and so she was interviewing me, and she asked that all-important question. You know the question that's going to come up in every single interview you do. She said, Dimitris, why do you want to join GitHub? You see, she had just finished talking to me about how GitHub was actually approaching diversity and inclusion in a much more holistic way. most of the time when you hear about diversity and inclusion, they have it right in HR, which is what I used to do at Red Hat, and it's so important to be there. But GitHub was now approaching it from looking at their platform. When I started, it was 50 million developers a little under 2 years ago, and now they're at 83 million developers. They were looking at it from their philanthropy or their social sector, their giving. They were also looking at it from people, which is their HR perspective, and they were also looking at it through their policy efforts. And so when she asked me why did I want to join, I gave her this little tongue-in-cheek answer. I said, Erica, I want to join GitHub because I want to open source diversity and inclusion. And I smiled at her, and she smiled at me, and I guess it was a good answer because I'm here. So after I started, they let me go through my onboarding, figure out where the virtual bathrooms were on Slack and all those things. And then all of a sudden she said, okay, Demetrius, now go open source diversity and inclusion. I was like, oh, you remember that? What does that mean? I didn't know. So I just started doing what I love to do anyway. I just started talking to as many people in open source that I can. I got on Twitter, anybody's name that I saw talking about DEI in open source, I was DMing them, asking them could they just have a quick coffee chat with me. And over the course of hundreds of conversations, there were some themes that started to come out. The first was inclusion happens at the community level. You see, when someone new comes into open source, their first 1 or 2 interactions in their first community really sets the tone on whether or not they're going to stay in open source. If they have a really positive and inclusive experience, they say, you know what? Those open source folks, they're my people, and they're here to stay. But if they have a negative interaction, someone ignores their contribution, someone doesn't respond to them, they say, you know what, I don't feel welcome here. And they're gone, and research is saying they're often gone for good. And so then when we started looking at the community level, I said, well, who's responsible for driving inclusion in the community? And overwhelmingly, people said maintainers or community leaders were the ones that's responsible. You have to think about maintainers or community leaders like your managers if you're working for a corporation or organization, right? You can build all of these amazing corporate programs, these trainings that everyone has to take, these mandatory, tutorials and education materials. But all of a sudden, if you take these mandatory trainings and you go back into your team, your day-to-day experiences will undo anything that you've learned on these trainings. So it's the manager. You need me to stay right here? I'm not moving. Okay. And I'm a walker when I talk, so I'm just going to keep going back and forth. That's good? All right. So it was really those managers that set the tone for inclusion. So when I started talking to those community leaders and those managers, I said, well, what do you need? What can we give you? And they were like, please don't come with more trainings. They were like, we have education materials. There's podcasts. There's articles. Every conference that we go to, people are talking about it constantly and constantly. We are overwhelmed with material. And so I said, well, if you have all the resources you need, what's the issue? And that's where the conversation started to, just break up a little bit. So when I talked to managers of smaller communities, they said, yes, we have the resources. We also have the influence with our community because we're speaking with our users and our contributors almost on a weekly basis, but we don't have the time and we don't have the bandwidth. We are all about trying to get hands on the keyboards, contributors from wherever we can get them from. We don't have time to focus on inclusion. So I said, okay, well, if this is what the community leaders of the smaller communities are saying, what about of the larger communities? And what they shared was, yes, we have the resources, we have the time, we have the bandwidth, but now our community has gotten so large, we can't easily influence the culture. If someone's not doing something they're supposed to, it gets a little harder to pick up the phone or send a quick message to them. So you had this tension point. The time in which you needed to focus on advancing inclusion in your community was the time when you didn't have the time to do it, right? So what do? But one thing, no matter what community leader I spoke to, large or small, they said, here's what we know. regardless of what we do, there are still some really, really great barriers to entry from people even being able to get to open source. So they said we could build the most inclusive, fun community there is, but if we don't address those barriers, if we don't address that wall that's there, no one's even going to be able to get to our communities. So this was a classic case of if we build it, they will come, not if there's that big wall that's there in the middle. So that's what we wanted to address. That's where the equity comes into play. And so that's what we've set out to do with this open source community called All In. All In is going to answer that question and do that thing that I said in my interview. We're going to open source diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we're going to do so through access, community, equity, and data. So we kicked off All In this community about a year ago, as a matter of fact. And so during that first year, we said we wanted to do 3 things, and which we have checked off all 3 of those and moving forward. So I'm here to share about those 3 things. The first thing was we needed to kick off an open source diversity, equity, and inclusion survey. There were a lot of surveys out there. There were many for individual communities, but there wasn't really a broad survey that kind of cut across all of the different open source communities. We had done a little bit of survey work on our platform at GitHub, but I made sure to let them know GitHub is important. We are a major player, but we're not the only player. There are so many communities on other platforms that are in other forums, and we need to understand what their sentiments are about diversity, equity, and inclusion if we're going to advance inclusion in open source. The second thing was we kicked off a maintainers listening tour. Again, if maintainers are the ones that's instrumental in advancing diversity and inclusion in open source, we really need to hear from them in a more structured and formal way. And then the third thing, which I'm so excited to tell you about because we're almost finished with this one, we kicked off an all-in 12-month pilot, and this first year was focused on students, and we're getting ready to kick the one that's focused on maintainers. So let's talk about this survey. So again, we didn't want to just do it right on GitHub's platform. So we partnered with the Linux Foundation, and we introduced this survey over 60 some odd questions, close to 70 questions. And if you are a data nerd like I am, please go and read this 64-page report. If you say that you don't have data for open source, diversity and inclusion in open source, you have not looked at this report. Please go there. And so when we did the survey, it was some surprising things that came out for me. Because I've heard so much about how, open source is not a welcome inclusion. There are some really big issues of, things that's making it so that it's not a great place anymore. But when we surveyed, and it was a representative sample, we found that 82% of survey respondents said, I feel welcome in open source. They agree with this statement. I can tell you this, if you go to any company and they get an 82% approval rating from their employees, they're going to be popping bottles and there's going to be confetti raining from the ceiling. That is a darn good number. But guess what? That's not the work of diversity and inclusion. We needed to give voice and hear the stories of the 18% that did not agree with that statement. What were their stories? What were their experiences? What were they facing? Because I can tell you, what's in that 18%, that's probably what's keeping millions of others from even attempting to come into open source. Those are the stories that they're oftentimes hearing. So we needed to hear from the 38% of non-binary or third gender contributors who said that they didn't feel welcome in open source. What are the 29% of people of color, specifically in North America? What are their experiences? 26% of women said that they do not feel welcome in open source. 25% of persons with disabilities. And we can't forget about that 15% over there of men that said that they did not feel welcome in open source. And amazingly enough, that number was composed mainly of white men in North America. And so that was something that was just mind-blowing to me. That's where we had to dig in. That's where we needed to see what was going on. And so we got over 10,000 written comments that our data analysts went through. And here's what we found. Oh, you told me to stay still. Sorry. Okay, I need like one of those little stick things up here. Okay, so here's what we found. Most people did not feel welcome if they didn't have the technical skills and knowledge that they felt was necessary to contribute to a community. But the interesting part about it was when I talked to maintainers and community leaders, they were sharing with me all of these very important and critical responsibilities of a community that did not require technical skills. Things that people could do while they were building up their technical skills. So why was it that when someone was coming to the communities without the technical skills, they were made to feel inferior? That was something that we knew we needed to look at. Lack of response and rejections to contributions. The interesting part about it is contributors were saying, I will send an email or a response or a message to the community leader and would never hear back, or they would wait 3 or 4 weeks before I could hear back. And so what the maintainers, especially of those smaller communities, they were like, we're drowning here, we're busy. Like, we don't have time to respond all the time. It's not because we're disrespecting them or don't value them, we just don't have the time. Your new contributors don't know that. If you don't have your documentation that's setting up expectations for when you can respond, how to engage, they're thinking that you just don't want them into your community, and nothing could be further from the truth. Along those same lines, especially amongst women, they just felt like their voice isn't heard. Their contributions aren't valued. There was one comment that really, really stuck out to me, and this person that responded to the survey said, if I am not white, if I am not male, if I am not rich, if I am not highly educated, no one wants to hear from me. And we know that in open source, that is not the case. But that's how a lot of the people that were responding to the survey were feeling. And finally, microaggressions and stereotypes in written communications. This was a really, really big one, especially when you started looking at international respondents. So you had really high numbers of feeling welcome in India. You had high numbers in the continent of Africa. But when you started looking into Spanish-speaking countries, especially South America, Portugal, Brazil, in which the numbers that are of people contributing to open source are going up higher and higher every day, they said they didn't feel welcome at all, and most of the time there were language barriers, cultural barriers there. So those are some of the things that we need to be thinking about as well. We have to get to the point that in open source, inclusion is not the exception. It is the norm. Like, it's not looking where we're seeing, giving awards for people being exemplary. Like, everyone should be doing that. And I think that it's possible for us to get there. So the second thing that we did was the Maintainers Listening Tour. And so we kicked off a series of focus groups, individual interviews, as well as an online forum for people to submit feedback. We asked them questions. What do you need? What are some of the challenges? What's working? What's not working? What are the gaps? We got so much rich information in that. And so I released a talk, and you can find it on our website, on some of the top 6 things that we've learned, like those 6 themes. But I can tell you, we're doing the final report of it, and every day I keep looking. I think we were supposed to release it back in May, and I was like, it's too much information, and they keep telling me to cut it and cut it. I was like, but I can't. So we're trying to figure out the best way to release that. Your maintainers and your community leaders, they actually have the answers. They've just never been given the opportunity to communicate it. And so I have a meeting next week with some leading researchers at some universities, because I said, I need you all at the table. They're giving us the sentiment. You all need to give us the data and the research. Then I'm going to the corporations and the foundations to give us the money to build the solutions and tools that they're asking us for. Like, one of the things that they said was, hey, everybody's telling us how to solve for, diversity and inclusion, and everything they tell us is this long manual process that'll take us hours to do. They were like, can't somebody build a tool or a script for that? And I was like, oh, we are developers, aren't we? And we just need to give someone money to develop the tools. So at GitHub, we definitely will be kicking off a major grant program for developers to build some of the tools that these maintainers said that they need, and we're going to make sure that they're freely available to everyone that needs them. So I want to talk about the next thing, all in a 12-month pilot. We were going to do one for the students and the maintainers within the first year, but we got so involved with these amazing students that I'm getting ready to tell you about. I told the maintainers they have to wait, and we're going to kick that off in a couple of months now. So with these students, we went to universities that are usually overlooked and no one is showing up on their campuses. Those are schools like historically black colleges and universities, and not those top 5 or 6, but those ones that no one's going to. And we also went to a school that was founded for the education of Native Americans in the United States. And so we went to the schools and said, we don't want to put up an application process, because even filling out an application or an essay, that's a privilege and a barrier in and of itself as well. We want those students that really deserve a chance, and we asked the schools to select them for us. That's all we did. We said, send us our top 5 students, and we're going to work with them. We're going to give them, during their fall semester, they got open source education, which was open source 101, learning about the language, what is a community, what is a repo, what's a maintainer, how do you make your first pull request, what do you do, all of those things there. And we offered them professional development, because you can give someone the technical skills, but there are some things that all of us wish we had known when we first started in our first job, especially in a corporation, right? Like, what do you do when you're the only one on a team? Like, how do you deal with microaggressions? How do you leverage your employee resource groups? How do you deal with equity when you get it? Most of these students were from very, very underserved communities and under-resourced. When they come out of school, they will be making more money than pretty much everyone in their family. So we wanted to make sure that we even gave them financial education. So that's what we focused on during the fall semester. During the spring semester, we then partnered them with Major League Hacking so that they got experience for 12 weeks actually participating in an open source community. We just didn't give them the theory and the academics and just put them through training. They got experience actually sometimes learning how to code for the first time, even though they were sophomores and juniors. And they got experience with actually presenting their code, learning their communication skills. And all of this was to get them ready for a summer internship experience with one of our corporate partners. And so we are in week 8 of 10, so the students are actually almost finished with their internships. When we started, over 90% of the students in our pilot had never heard of open source before. Over 90% had never had a summer internship before. And I'm proud to say that we placed all of them, 100% of them, many of them in their first open source internship experience. And I have to tell you about these amazing students. You know, one of the things about it is if you go to any school, if you get those that's in the top 10% GPA, they'll find their way to an experience, right? Someone will eventually, hire them. We knew that GPA is not the only aptitude for success. The students in our program, some of them are commuting 2 hours each way to school every day because they can't afford to stay on campus. Some of them are full-time caregivers, especially during the pandemic, where they have to live at home, or they have kids. We have full-time parents that are in our program. You have students that are working part-time, full-time, or they are active duty military because that's the way they're paying for college. And then you also have some that were on academic scholarship, because my question to them was, why don't you have an internship? And they were like, we have to train during the summer because otherwise we can't afford to go to school. We're here on scholarship. And so I'm like, so if you are a scholar athlete, that takes you out of the ability to even be able to participate in an internship. That baffled me. Guess who can solve for that? A very asynchronous community like open source, right? So we have some of our students that were on teams that might be in another time zone so that they can work flexible hours. Some of the students had to pick up college courses, and we managed to work around their schedule. That's what it meant to be all in. That's what it meant to give students who are often overlooked, who are just need that shot. We just wanted to crack the door open for them so that they could just have an opportunity. And we did that through the amazing partnership of schools, organizations, and corporate partners. So whenever I show this slide, I say, this is what it looks like to open source diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we have plenty of room up here for other logos, and there's some that's going to get up at it already. But then when I look at this inaugural class, this is also what it looks like to open source diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is our first cohort of graduates of All In. And guess what? We started with 30 in the pilot. We are growing this year by 10x. There will be 300 students that will be going through All In. And I have to admit, I settled on 300 because Microsoft and GitHub was like, when are we getting to 1,000 and 10,000, please? And I was like, whoa, wait. Because one thing about it, I just told you about the experiences of these students. Giving them technical education and a training course, there actually was still some gaps that we didn't see. That's why I wanted to keep the pilot small. It never occurred to me, it does now, that if you have students that never had an internship and you're going to throw them into a corporate internship for the first time in a virtual environment, what does that mean for them? They're like, oh, you wanted me to show up at work like every day at 9 o'clock? I thought this was like a class schedule or whatever. Just things like that. Their elevator pitch, communication. There were some students that they needed more of an intensive program. So next year, what we're going to do is for some of those students that need more of an intensive experience, we're not just going to send them their first year to a corporation. We're going to build, I'm going to make this name up right now, like the Open Source Academy, where for 10 weeks, they will be with us getting more and more in-depth experience, more and more training, giving them what they need. That's what it means to be all in. They are not a number to just push through a program and say you graduated. We're going to get them job placement. If they need training for public speaking and presentation skills, we're going to get them that. We had some students who identified as neurodiverse. We got them with training with a neurodiversity coach, someone that was neurodiverse themselves, because we didn't want them hearing from anyone that they needed to train and assimilate in order to fit in. We did strengths-based coaching. Let us understand who you are and what you need, and then we're going to help find the right opportunity and the manager for you. And when I say that I figured out how to get them that coaching, it was through my friend Karsten and Sam Knut at Red Hat. I called them. That's what open source and diversity and inclusion mean. I'm not sitting here in a silo trying to solve a solution for something. I'm calling on friends, everyone in this room, to help us. And so I want to make sure that what you're hearing today is understanding that this is not a program. It's not a set of programs. All In is a community. It is a community of people. It's all of us coming together with your best, your thoughts, your ideas, your energy, your resources, the money from your companies and organizations, jobs, whatever it is. That's what it means. So we need all of you to participate. Here's how you can participate. You can join the community. Go to allinopensource.com. If you are a company or an organization, you can agree to hire interns next summer, or if you want to contribute financially, we have ways that we can take your money too, and we need it. Because all of the students, not only did we give them those things that I talked about, each one of them received professional headshots. We actually had a photographer go to their schools because a lot of them didn't even have headshots to go onto their LinkedIn profiles. And we wanted to make sure that access was not an issue as well. Every student received a free MacBook as part of the program as well. Because what we learned were some students didn't take internships over the last couple of years because they didn't have a laptop at home. So we have to make sure that we're addressing those things as well. So lots of opportunity for you all to join. And so please know that I extend this invitation. Let's open source diversity and inclusion. Thank you. So I'm going to be joined up here for Q&A with my friend Karsten. I moved all these on because I thought I was going to be walking all over, and then they told me to stay still. So do we need to go over there? We just need to sit down, though, Karsten.
Well, you can swing your legs if you want.
And so we have about 30 minutes, but I want to make sure. So Karsten is going to ask me a few questions, but if you all have questions, just raise your hand and we'll interrupt here as well.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see if any of these questions are ones that people got in their mind, and then we'll do the cleanup. So, okay, well, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us at SCaLE. This is one of my favorite shows that I've told you before.
You
so I was
told me like 5 or 6 times. Yeah.
Well, so Demetrius, I know that you've had a really successful career in serving in the chief of staff and at senior director level roles. And what prompted you to launch the all-in open source community at this point in your career?
Yeah, so when I, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, I had the opportunity to really think about what I wanted to do next in my career. Typically, I haven't had that space. But one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to go back to my first love, which I was a computer science major in undergrad, and through a series of twists and turns, which we can talk about because I think that's an issue with inclusion as well, I kind of got away from tech. But then I said I wanted to go back, and it was funny enough, I moved back to North Carolina. I signed up for my first programming class because, listen, y'all, I was a really good programmer, C++, which totally dates me. But I was like, I'm going to go and be a programmer again. And I think I was like an hour into the class, and I was like, so I'm going to be on the business side of tech again? And so then I just thought about what would really make a difference. And you hear all sorts of statistics about people of color, women, just being underrepresented in tech. And specifically with open source, I know how important it was for programs for me. Coming from a really poor background, it was so funny. When I graduated high school, my mother, with 3 kids in college, was making $13,000 a year. And so I just think about all those programs. Project Breakthrough, which is a program for HBCU students that IBDM had. I was one of their interns. Project Uplift. There were so many of these impactful programs. And it's so funny when I hear about those programs, most people are like, are they really effective? And I'm like, ooh, they're very effective. Like a lot of people are like, if you can't scale it, if you can't help millions and millions of students, it's not worth the ROI. And I was like, without those programs, you wouldn't have a me, and you wouldn't have a lot of my fellow classmates. And so I said, I want to join an organization which is going to let me figure out what type of program I want to create, and that's why I created All In.
All right, that makes sense. So then it's not really hyperbole to say that the advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in technology in particular has been a part of your life's work, right?
It's a part of my life's work, yeah. I live and breathe it every day, and my daughter comes every day. She's like, what are we doing with All In, Mom? And she's 11, and so she'll go to school and start talking about it as well. And so this is what we talk about at the dinner table at night. It's my life's work.
Oh, I love it. And so in your professional roles and your open source involvement were reflected those things. So, but what are some of the trends that you would notice that have got more, as you've got more involved in this effort of trying to make open source more inclusive?
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly, but one of the things that I was I was astounded by. There's a lot of people that's working on diversity and inclusion in tech and even in open source. There's a lot of articles, there's a lot of money being spent. And so when I look at how much effort and finances are going to diversity and inclusion, and then I look at the numbers, as my 11-year-old said, the math ain't mathing. I was like something is happening here. And what I started seeing was that everybody's focused in the same areas, like that top of the funnel. They want to give students internships, or they say, we're going to do this. Once you graduate, then we're going to have all these amazing opportunities for you. There are so many hurdles that students and people have to get to even get to those internships. I love when a company says, oh, we're going to go to this school, and we're going to give them all of these certifications for free that they can take. And I was like, but they don't have laptops. And they don't have Wi-Fi on their campus. How are they? They don't even have professors that's teaching their coding classes. How are we going to get them to your amazing certifications? But no one wants to do that work. That's the long term. That's not the easy ROI. That's not the work you see in the headlines. That's where you might only impact 5 students at a time. No one wants to do that, but that's where the equity lies. So that's when you start hearing a lot of people take away equity. They'll say, let's just do diversity and inclusion, or let's just do belonging, or let's just do justice. But they don't like that equity word because that's where the hard work is.
Yeah, and that's what struck me first when I thought, I'm like, wow, how are we going to work on equity? Because I knew that was the tough one. And also when we first met, you were in the middle of your maintainers listening tour, and I know you've picked up a lot of things along the way. So what are some of the interesting things that you would highlight or recall for all of us from that?
Yeah, I think for the maintainers, I mentioned it earlier, like, they kind of know what they need, and they had never been given the platform for us to really listen to them. Some of the amazing things that I saw come out just in the listening tour, especially in person, there was one, I don't know if you were at this one, it might have been in another conference where I did the listening tour, where one of the maintainers, she raised her hand, small community, and she was like, one of the big things that I have is that we'll have someone that's new to open source. They're coming to our community, we give them opportunities, they get upskilled, they start learning, they start doing really impactful work for us, and then they're hired away by a company. And we celebrate that, but then all of a sudden we have this big hole or gap in our community that no one can fill. And oftentimes, they're doing a lot of the work that we need for them to do to advance diversity and inclusion within our community. So this one maintainer, she said they had someone that was working on removing the dead names from their code. And they were doing that, and they got about 80% done, 80% complete, and then they were hired away. And so that project has just been languishing for over a year now. And all of a sudden, someone from a very large community was like, we had like 300 people working on that for us, and now they're looking for their next project. We're going to send them over to you next week, and they'll get that done for you. And that was like a light bulb moment. Why aren't we doing more of that? That literally is open sourcing, like diversity and inclusion. That's open source. And so one of the things that I found was just this partnership between, it's not a competition. People want to work together. People that are saying, Demetrius, just tell us what to do, and I promise you we'll do it. They just say it was so many resources in that they were overwhelmed. So those are some of the things that I saw that really, really just struck with me on that piece of it.
Yeah, and I remember another part of what you found, and that really struck me as well, was that you found the data that showed that people who were in marginalized communities or minority status were creating communities that were amongst themselves, right? And and some folks might see that as a positive outcome, but what's the other side? What's the concerning side about that?
Yeah, so just to give everyone a little bit of context, when we were looking at the data from the open source survey, we started seeing very high numbers of people of color and women that said that they felt welcome in open source if they were a maintainer. And I mean, it was like a really huge spike. And I was like, that's something to be celebrated. Like people who, make it into leadership roles, they feel welcome. And so then we started talking to some of the maintainers from the Maintainers Listening Tour. And right at the end, it struck me. I started asking the question, why did you start your community? And what they said was, we tried to join larger communities or communities where we were in the minority, and we didn't feel welcome. So therefore, we went and created our own community over here. And then I said, are we creating separate but equal? Like, not intentionally, but that's what it's coming out as. And so now you have these larger communities that are like, we need more people in leadership. And those that try to be in leadership are like, nope, we're not joining your community. We're going over here and creating our own. So what seemed like something that should be a great thing to celebrate, it actually has like some undertones to it that I think that we need to address. So when I talk about joining with universities, that's what I want them to research. No offense to anybody in the research space, and they are my friends. I'm working on some amazing work with them. But I was like, we do not need another research project on how to create more inclusive communities. Like, there's like a million research papers on that. Let's start digging into that work, that separate but equal work, to see what's going on there. That's when we can start, finding solutions.
Yeah. I see. Can we save questions for the end?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's shift a little bit because I was thinking also about what you were doing when we first met you were right in the middle of that first cohort of students, and I mean, you brought tears to my eyes seeing the pictures, and I mean, I love the professional headshots like that. Those polishing pieces are such a huge difference for overcoming biases and at the first run. But and there are a lot of camps and educational programs and things out there that are for students. Especially in technology and even in open source. And what do you see as really the different for students, for all-in for students compared to a lot of the others?
Yeah, you mentioned there's a lot of boot camps out there, a lot of programs, corporate organizations and otherwise. But I think, not to sound cliche, but we're all in with these students. Yeah. Like, we just don't stop. I'll give you a prime example of what this meant. It was right after the holiday break. The students came back and they were supposed to go with Major League Hacking and, do their I think it was 10 hours a week. And we got an email from a student, and the email was very short and curt. It was like, I can't do 10 hours a week, so basically y'all need to figure something out. And most people would have been, organizations or boot camps would have been like, oh, you can't make the requirements, you're out. Like, it would have been no questions asked. But I actually picked up the phone and called our professors. I called the professors and said, what's going on? And they sent me the article where she was in a really bad car accident, like concussion protocol. She wasn't even supposed to be in school this semester, but she said she has to graduate on time because she can't afford to extend for another year. So here I would have, if I did it just quick, if I was just looking at her as a number, she would have been gone from the program, replaced with someone else who wanted the MacBook and, the free stipends and the academic credit. But I told these students, I was like, we're not letting any of you go. I was like, this might sound a little cultish, but I will call we've been on the phone with parents. We've been on the phone with professors, the deans of their schools. We've been involved with them even during the internship process. We are really, really making sure that we go all in and really address the needs of their students. We are not letting them fail. But I can tell you that my boss reminds me of every day, it's not sustainable. Like this, you're 30 students almost wore me out. So imagine 300 students, imagine 10,000 students. So that's where we're looking now. We're going to be issuing some RFPs. We're going to have partners, people that do this and do it well, that bring what they do to the table. We can't solve it all ourselves. One of my pet peeves is when companies try to create a university, tech company. I'm like, you're not a university. Why are you doing that? Go and give money to a university and let them do it well. And so we can't be all the things, right? And so that's what we're doing with All In. And I think that's what makes it different. We're not looking at it at a competitive advantage. Someone asked me when I first started this program, he was a member of a C-suite of a company. He was like, Demetrius, this is an amazing program, but you're open sourcing it. What if somebody comes and steal your idea and just take it and they do it? And I'm like, yes, that's what I want them to do, because that means it's going to be 30 times 30 times 30 times 30. And he looked at me like I was crazy. He was like, why don't you start a B Corp? Nope. I'm not doing it. So everything that's in my head, I am pushing it out and hoping that people not compete with us, but join with us to do it. And I think that's the difference with All In.
Yeah, and I really feel like you've caught that spirit of what makes open source work when people are inclusive and being able for all of us to work together through this model. I mean, yeah, that's what sold me on it I just was, my heart jumped on it.
You're in, I grabbed you.
I love it. So speaking of the similar thing of, we've looked at the little bit of the wall of funders aspect and all those and the participation, and where does open source software funding fit in to the picture of All In?
We got to pay people.
Yeah.
I was speaking at a conference. It was virtual at the height of COVID, and someone put in the chat, and they were like, contributing to open source is a privilege. And I was thinking that, I don't know what I thought they were talking about, but I actually picked up the phone, and called the person, and it was on Zoom and scheduled a meeting. And she was like, even during the pandemic, if we didn't have time, if it's not your full-time job, some people still view open source as a hobbyist activity, extracurricular activity. So if you don't have all of the support that you need at home, or if you're not working multiple jobs or, all those things, you don't have time to contribute to open source. And so when I started talking to a lot of maintainers, they were like, there's some amazing people that can help them in their communities, but they can't afford to pay them. And they have other jobs and they have other commitments, so they kind of come and go as they can. And I was like, think with all the money that we make in tech, I think that's like one of the easiest things to solve for. But then, you know, a lot of times people think you need like buckets and buckets of cash. One of the things that struck me when we were doing the maintainers listening tour, I was talking to some folks that were internationally, it was a contributor in Africa, as a matter of fact, Nigeria specifically. And I was like, yeah, we heard about lack of infrastructure, you know, and you all don't have access to data and blah, blah, blah. And she said, that's not our problem. We got access to data all over the place. And I was like, oh, well, what is it? She was like, it's so expensive to actually connect to the data, and that's why we can't participate. And I was like, oh, well, how much is that going to cost? Because I'm thinking we need to go build some power lines or something. I don't know. And she was like, probably if you gave every person like that wanted to contribute to your community like $200 a year, and that would get them unlimited data. And I'm like, y'all aren't contributing and aren't participating. You're shut out for $200. I was like, what? What does that even mean? And so that's where I think we have to really think about and look at and really break down what does funding diversity and inclusion look like, because a lot of people are thinking it needs to be millions and millions and billions of dollars, but sometimes it could be as simple as $200 for data for a year, or a MacBook or a laptop for them to do an internship. Yeah. And so we're solving for that even through our corporate sponsors program with Github.
Well, so shifting to just some questions about the advancing of diversity, equity, and inclusion in open source, and you know, from the broad perspective, as a lot of people know that contributing to open source software for the first time can be, it can be daunting for new people, even if no matter how eager they are to be doing it. So, from your research, what are some specific steps that projects can do, like the Drupal community, that to take to foster that more inclusive and welcoming atmosphere?
For any community, documentation is going to be critical. People are looking at your documentation as soon as they come into your community, trying to figure out how they can contribute. How can they be a part of, you know, whatever it is that you're doing. Have robust documentation, and I think that's the thing that's most often overlooked. And then the second thing I would say that we've heard a lot of is just community hospitality. When someone joins your community, you can have, through GitHub Actions, by the way, shameless plug, you can have it where as soon as someone joins your community, it sends them an instant message that says, hey, welcome to our community. This is how you can contribute. We're glad you're here. Your voice is you know, really, really valued here. Just those small little steps like that. That was the #1 thing that we were hearing out of the survey that said can advance diversity and inclusion. I think a lot of people were thinking it was going to say, hey, closed captions for every meeting, which is also very, very important, or, you know, all of these other things that you might not have time. But they were like, no, just let us know that you see that we're here. And that could be something that's automated. So documentation, community hospitality. If you get those two things, I think that you are going, you know, you're well on your way to advancing diversity and inclusion in your community. And then we can start doing some of the equity things.
As a docs writer, that's maybe another reason why you won my heart over from the beginning, was
Yes.
with the proof in the pudding. So from another perspective, what you've mentioned how crucial it is for open source communities to be sharing and working with each other about their experiences with diversity, equity, and inclusion. What are some of the mistakes that you've seen open source maintainers make with diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think the #1 mistake that I've seen, and it's not a mistake, it's just an opportunity, I would say. You know, if I had to change the word
That's
a little bit.
my word. Okay. What is opportunity?
It was funny. So you know, during the listening tour, I was having individual conversations, and it was always a maintainer of a large community or a well-resourced community. And they would say, Demetrius, we're doing all of these efforts. We're, you know, having these spaces for people to come and learn about our community. We're having these diversity and inclusion talks so that we can start identifying future leaders. All these things that we've set up, we're pouring thousands and thousands a year into this, but no one's showing up. We can't find women or people of color anywhere. They won't come. And so I'll ask them a question, and I love asking this question. It's almost like, and I already know the answer, but it cracks me up to see their face. But I'll say, well, tell me about your marketing efforts for those events that you're having. And they were like, oh, yeah, we're sending out on Twitter and LinkedIn. And I was like, who's Twitter and LinkedIn? And they were like, ours, our leadership team. And I was like, let me see your friends list on each of these platforms. And when I look at their friends list, I was like, they look like you. Like, all of them typically are white men. So if you're sending this out to a bunch of white men, who do you think are going to show up? You have to expand your personal networks. And I think that that's something that is often overlooked for maintainers. People join communities, they're almost like, you know, friends that join together. I've heard so many communities start from people meeting at conferences like this, or they're hanging out at a bar somewhere. It's friends and family members, and they start this community, and then they bring in the people that they know and the people that they know. And even myself included, most of our personal networks are people that are similarly situated to us. So if your community, if your personal network looks like this and that's all you're advertising to, you're never going to reach a broad and diverse audience to bring them into your community, to introduce yourself. So I would say make sure that you're going to conferences, not just with your friends and the ones you know and that you've been going to year over year. Keep coming to SCaLE because we need to SCaLE 20 and 2021 or whatever. But there's also other conferences that you can be a part of, whether it's Afrotech, whether it's some for the Hispanic community. Go there as well and start expanding your personal network. And I think that's the number one mistake that I see. People trying to advance the diversity and inclusion with people that look just like them or from the same backgrounds or the same, abilities.
Excellent, thanks. Well, I'm mindful we have got a few minutes left. I want to make sure we have there's at least one question in the queue. I was going to ask you one more thing about what you thought about the future of diversity, equity, inclusion, and open source. So we can. Do you want to wrap that one, or do you want to go ahead and jump to?
I'll go with questions.
Okay, well, I've got Guinevere's, I think, over here on the side.
It was one all the way over here first with the mat. Yep, I think she was first.
Do we have
the amazing skirt, by the way?
Yeah.
I think I need that.
Yes.
Yeah, so I really love the effort of going out to colleges that have traditionally been underrepresented. How do you empower those students to advocate for themselves? When they get to their first job offer, they will be paid less than their more privileged counterparts. That's just the numbers.
Yeah.
How can we change that?
Yeah, I think the number one thing is just arming them with information. And that's why I said as part of our curriculum, we went into what does finances look like? What are typical salary ranges? How can you start reaching out to people to talk about what, different salary ranges and those things are? But what I've learned through the summer is that the students, they still aren't there yet. We're talking about how can they advocate for themselves, and we still have a lot of these students that are dealing with a lot of imposter syndrome. Just to ask them, hey, what have you been working on this week? You would think that's like one of the hardest questions that they've ever heard before. And so just getting them more and more comfortable hearing their voices in front of those. We noticed that when we first started all in the fall semester, they were working with a lot of folks on my team and folks that looked like them from underrepresented background. When we put them into, and they were very engaged. When we put them into major league hacking, and those are, they're my friends, but mostly white people, you saw the students just clam up inside of themselves. And it was amazing to watch that, but I was like, we have to even get them more exposed to people to realize that they're gonna have to work with people from all parts of the world, and they need to be comfortable in themselves. And I think that's just practice and practice, and it's having people that do it and do it well. It's not us doing it. That's why I said we're partnering with an organization and we're trying to find one that they know how to do this and do it well to get these students prepared. So it's definitely a step-by-step process. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Hi. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about resource allocation. So I work on a lot of open source hardware. And so one of the problems we have with our projects is in order to be a contributor, you need to have access to the ability to put together a circuit board. You need to have access to Fusion 360 to then maybe if you have a 3D printer or something along those lines. So there's like individually each one of those things, to your point about speaking about privilege and the ability to contribute, now it's not just a time thing, you also have to have a resource thing. And so I'm wondering if you could speak about how one goes about expanding an open source hardware project to be more inclusive, while at the same time recognizing that we are also strapped for cash and can't be, oh, here's a $2,000 care package to just give you whatever you need to start.
Yeah, I think the number one way is making people know what the work is that you're trying to. It's so funny that when you said that, my ears perked up. I have a student that they said that after the summer, they realized they don't want to do software, they want to do hardware. And I was like, I don't know where to tell you to go. Who's working on hardware? And so, so us having this conversation and knowing what everyone's doing in these pockets of open source, we can then connect. Because I can solve for the funding. Like I have this one student, if you tell me he needs a whatever, it's not like $1 million or something, right? Like if it's enough and it's reasonable, we can get there. There's foundations that have been reaching out to us. The Ford Foundation has generously funded us. We're talking to the Sloan Foundation, the Linux Foundation. They have been all over the place. And they're like, if it's money, tell us what you need. But we've just been trying to figure out where best to get the money. And so I think it's just us having these conversations. And that's where open source and diversity and inclusion, that's where it comes into play. So if your community says, we want to take on 5 students, we would need $10,000 to take on 5 students, and we can match, then that's what it looks like when we're all coming to the table and bringing what we can bring to the table. I'm sure Cisco, Intel, all of those companies that deal with hardware, they would love to, if you all are in corporate sponsor or GitHub sponsors, to be able to send money your way to do that, especially for those from underserved communities. Yes.
Entrepreneurism and the networking, say, of churches and existing. Can you maybe talk about some of the strategies or ways that you think that we can approach building those type of resources?
Yeah, so I would say it's 2 things. One of the things that we've learned through this pilot, we talked about corporate program, the corporate partners are getting the students for internships to these corporate partners. Not everybody wants to go work for a major corporation. They want to work for smaller, organizations like startups. They want to contribute directly to communities because they have entrepreneurial dreams. They want to be a founder one day. And so that's why for this next iteration of All In, we're looking for not just corporate partners. So I probably need to change the name of that. We're looking for any organization that's willing to host students because people want different experiences. We're looking at schools in Washington, D.C., and they're saying, hey, we actually want to stay in D.C. Are there government agencies that do open source? And so we need government agencies there. So to the point that you're making about, churches and nonprofit organizations, we started the pilot with students because they were a readily available demographic, but we are going to expand All In for everyone that wants this type of opportunity because we realize there are retirees, there are community leaders, there are people that are more advanced in their community, and they want to give back. So we were like, let's teach them open source so that they can go to the communities that have these young folks that they can actually start bringing into the communities in places that we can't reach. So we are definitely expanding All In so they can be for, like I said, retirees, for career changers, people that are currently and formerly incarcerated. I always say open source is the lowest barrier to entry in tech. And so we need to be reaching out to more and more. So we definitely have that in our roadmap. Yes, I have a question there and a question here, too.
Okay, we have time for maybe 2 more, so
Yep.
we'll start here.
I'm Sam Coleman. I had a kind of a complex question. What it is that when I did my doctoral research, it was on open source technology and public education about 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Oh,
and
I need
a
that
lot of
research.
people in this room had a pretty significant impact on my development in open source. And all these people don't look like me, and I love them, and they may or may not know who they are. I'm just going to say that it's important that we need to recognize the level of impact that we have on people. I wouldn't have become Dr. Coleman unless I had a lot of people in this room help me. My question to you is this. Through your survey, have you been able to identify the entry points into open source for people of color? Because for me, I kind of stumbled into SCaLE in 2004. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I was looking around like, who are these guys? Kind of cool, And so I was wondering, has your survey gathered that data so that we can kind of analyze what the entry points are to maybe help hasten that process?
Yeah, we didn't ask that question specifically, but we have enough data in some other questions that I think we can make some assumptions about some things. Because there was still a high number of people that they got exposure to open source through their undergraduate curriculum. But then when we can start looking, and there's been some research that if you look at historically black colleges and universities and minority serving institutions, they don't have open source curriculum. So there's a gap there. So we started seeing an entry point that more people of color came into open source later in their careers. It was after they had already been, working for sometimes over a decade before they even got exposure to it. And so that's what we were looking at in All In. How can we infuse it more and more into curriculum? And we're looking at Microsoft TILs, which they train people to teach computer science education in high schools. And so I told them, I want open source curriculum as part of your curriculum now so that we can train people. If you have a local high school in your community, you can go get trained through Microsoft TILs, where you can go once a week or once a month to actually introduce open source curriculum. So we have some data, and the data is open. Anything that's not anonymous, and so we have the data set. So I would love to partner with you just to look at your research to see whether or not we can start building some type of, research and data around that and something we can solution. Oh, awesome. Well, send me the cliff note. Everybody sends me their dissertation. Love it. Oops. Okay, last question.
Oh my. Hi, my name's Salona. I was wondering, so you talked about a lot of the universities and things of that nature. Have you looked more at like technical colleges and, community colleges that have the associate degrees? Because they have a lot of programs there to help bring people up, and they kind of know what they're doing in regards to that. And so like bringing in this to them, I think could be extremely useful. I used to be a director at ITT.
Oh, sweet.
So, and I totally changed the curriculum to make everything up on the internet so that they all had websites and portfolios, and they graduated into jobs.
Nice.
And so it's like open source has that same thing where you can just graduate into a job if you've got the code already there.
Correct. So to answer your question, yes. So the pilot we did at those 6 schools, but for this full program this year, we're expanding it to any student that goes to a minority serving institution. So that's for Asian and Pacific Islanders, women, tribal colleges, Hispanic serving institutions, as well as historically black colleges and institutions. They can go to a community college, or they can go to a predominantly white college as well if they are from an underrepresented background in tech, specifically focused on women and racial and ethnic minorities in the U.S. And we are already talking to Brazil about what does this look like to start introducing this into South America as well. So community colleges are welcome to participate this year. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it. All right.
Oh.
Yeah,
Time
you said last
flies,
question.
right? Oh, and I'm overtime.
So,
Thank you all so much.
so thank you both for joining us and for this the fantastic conversation. Very, very insightful. There's looking forward to hearing more about the program as it expands.
Absolutely.
So with that, thank you all again for joining us for the Sunday morning keynote. And thank you, Demetrius, for joining us as well as part of the SCaLE family. It is in the mail. It will arrive at your home in Raleigh in a few weeks. Like I said, supply chains are fun. But in any case, thanks again for joining us. We've got the expo floor open for another couple hours till 2 o'clock. If you haven't yet done the expo floor bingo, scavenger hunt, passport game thing, there's still a chance to win some fun prizes. We'll be here again in this room at 3 o'clock with Dr. Vince Cerf. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you all here, as well as in Pasadena, March 9th through the 12th, 2023.
back and we just test it. I'll put it down.
Perfect.
Yeah, let me know if you find ways I can help. That was like my undergraduate research.
Testing. Test, test.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, everyone. In 10 minutes, we have the Cloud Native track starting. We'll have Joe Smith talking about Cloud Native Home Labs. So if you want to hang out and watch, sweet. If not, start making your way out. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. This is the Cloud Native track. Next up, we have Joe Smith. He is going to be talking to us about Cloud Native Home Labs. I am particularly excited because I, too, run a Cloud Native Home Lab, so I'd like to, trade notes and see, how each of us does this. So take it away. Thank you.
Rock and roll. Thank you. All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for coming to the talk. First of all, thank you so much to all the volunteers and the organizers of SCaLE. This is a volunteer conference, so I just want to give all those committees a plug. If you had a great time, if you're interested in contributing and pitching in, I'm pretty sure every committee possible could use a hand. So whether that's the tech team, the .org committee, pretty much if you are interested in pitching back in, reach out to any of the committee chairs. They'd love to talk to you about that. And then also thanks to the sponsors, that way we can actually do this. We can be wired with coffee, which is great. So we're going to be talking today about running a home lab and what that looks like. In particular, we're going to talk about sort of the journey that I went on and kind of how I proceeded further and further away from hardware and how I got way further up in the clouds. Being disconnected from what it actually means to run systems and thinking about the actual hardware that's actually running the workloads you're using. So it's great. Obviously, we have all these different abstractions, and so we don't need to be thinking about NICs and hardware and all the different problems that we have with that. We can think about services. We can think about the different regions that we're running our workloads in and how we make sure that we're distributing that so that way our customers are able to connect that very quickly. So when we're building these distributed systems, we're able to leverage a lot of the tools and techniques that we've built out over the years. But what I found, at least, is that I was sort of losing that passion, and there's something different you get when you're actually having to fiddle around with some of the hardware, or you're really thinking about how am I going to architect this at a very low level. And if you're thinking in terms of thousands of servers or tens of thousands of servers, you kind of lose that the feeling of the pet, oh, here's my little my home server. This is the hard drive that has all my home videos or whatever that I'm saving. And so I think there's a lot of benefits here that we'll get into. The way we're going to sort of build this up is through different layers. So the first one, we're going to really think about how are we approaching the infrastructure, how are we thinking about the hardware, and sort of what's that base layer. This is primarily the stuff that AWS, GCP is going to abstract for you that you're not really going to be able to leverage anymore once you're running in the cloud. So I'm advocating that if you don't have a home lab, I think it's worth your time. Pardon. And I think it's going to be, you're going to learn a lot, and you're actually hopefully going to be more connected to what you're running. Once that's in place, the talk is actually going to pick up speed a lot. I think this is where we're able to use a lot of the cool cloud native technologies that the community has built out, and so we're going to be able to take advantage of that. And then, kind of what's the point of this? What do you want to build on top? What are some of the different cool self-hosted projects that you can use once you have this infrastructure that's, in your apartment or in your house? I'm sure a lot of folks are going to ask, this was the first question I asked when I saw slides like this. There's an open source project written in Python called Look at Me, which you use to generate the slides. So if you're at all interested in that, I would recommend you look at this. And then I used GraphViz to ASCII generator for some of the diagrams that we'll be going into. So I graduated from Chapman University down in Orange County in 2010 with Big Rob, who runs the network and the Wi-Fi here. We had a pretty good time, and we were building a bunch of the systems that are still in use today, which is pretty exciting. He was telling me, I think the spacewalk server we built 15 years ago is still down there. And so, going from really tinkering on all of the hardware, really using Minicom and serial ports to flash APs, think about, hey, the DHCP server in Smith Hall is down. I've got to go truck out and drop a replacement in there. Really getting that hands-on experience, I think really was beneficial, especially as a student. And then sort of over time, going from Google and sort of moving up the stack into the cloud, again, we're thinking in terms of large scale, but we're moving away from that opportunity. And so, to great pride, I think I still have. At school, I was definitely that kid who was so obsessed with Linux, GNU Linux and open source. Whenever the yearly IT team would come by and re-provision each of the computer labs, I would follow behind them lab by lab with 20 live CDs, and I would drop in an 8.04 Hardy Heron disk, and I would dual boot everything, which was great because a lot of people were using Linux for the first time, even if it was kind of inadvertently, which was sort of good. So, so I think trying to find that joy again is really the point of this. So from a high level, what we're thinking about building, for me, one of the goals that I wanted to do, the application that was my killer app that sort of justified all of this, was something called Task Server, and it's the synchronization system there we go, synchronization system for like a to-do app that's primarily run in the terminal. And it's very powerful, very feature-rich. There's a ton of complexity in there, and like there's several talks on YouTube, which I encourage you to check out if you're interested. But basically, you can create different projects and have all this running here. And it's great by itself if you just want to run on one machine, like one laptop like this. But if you have several laptops or a server, if you want to run it on your mobile device, you need some way to synchronize that data, and that's where the task server comes into play. So there's a way you can configure each of your clients and make sure that they can communicate with the server, upload that data, and then bring it down so you're always able to know, what is the thing that I'm running a little behind on and I need to keep tabs on. So in order to run this application, the thing that I decided to use for this was Kubernetes distribution. I finally decided to kick the tires on that. I decided to use a distribution called K3s, which is from the Rancher folks who were inquired by SUSE. Super, super impressed with this. Very easy. For me, this wasn't necessarily like my opportunity to learn how to like do Kubernetes the hard way. I just wanted to get this up and running, and I was really focused on like more of the lower level. Again, I wanted to think about, I just want to run kube, and for me, the exciting part was like thinking about the lower levels. How am I going to Pixie boot servers, stuff like that. Which is a great transition because the technology we're going to use for that is called MAS, or Metal as a Service. And that's by Canonical in the Ubuntu community. And we're going to spend a lot of time digging in there, and that's really going to be the meat of this talk. We're also going to talk about what types of physical machines you want to use. What are some of the servers, how much you think about tying up the network, and how do you want to architect things in order to make sure that they're going to be able to communicate with each other, and you can actually connect all these services appropriately. And to start, we're going to kind of go into the home lab. And so like I was saying, when I first started, I was really going in, I was really excited about technology, right? There was just so much potential with the open source community, so many people that had their own itch to scratch. They were coming together, collaborating, and building something pretty awesome. And so I think over the years, I really was focusing on, solving business use cases. How do we think about the customers? How do we make sure that we're really accelerating our delivery? How do we make sure we're doing things in a reliable and repeatable way? And I think, focusing on that obviously is super critical, but I think I lost that opportunity to really like jump into the technology and kind of have fun with it as well. And so about a year ago, I joined a new company called Neuralink, and we're building medical devices for patients with spinal cord injuries. And so we're building a brain-computer interface. It's an implant that's connected to the motor cortex of the brain for patients with paralysis. So this is somebody with like quadriplegia who is paralyzed and can't actually move their limbs anymore. And so by using this implant, they're able to just think about moving a cursor, and they're able to connect to the computer over Bluetooth and actually control a computer using their thoughts alone, which is pretty wild. It's like the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, and I'm still super stoked to work on this. So we're at this really, really cool place where I think we're going from like more of a research lab, like just trying to prove out this technology. And I think we're actually, if you've seen the Monkey Mind Pong YouTube video, if you've seen the pig demo, like we're pretty convinced this works. And it's more about how do we scale out this technology? How do we make sure we're bringing the infrastructure and the resources we need in order to make this happen? And so from an infrastructure perspective, being an infrastructure engineer, this is really exciting because we're really at the early days of this entire industry, to be honest. And definitely in terms of the company, there isn't that much infrastructure there. And what is there is, very solid. And I'm super stoked for Logan and all the folks that started before me. But I think the ways that we need to grow the company and the challenges we're going to be facing, really require us to make some very hard decisions. And I think right now, in order to make the right calls, we need to have a lot of experience, and we need to be able to decide, what are the things we want to build, and how do we make sure we roll that out in a safe way that's going to scale with the organization, so we don't need to like do a ton of migrations again and again and again. And so I think, when I think about, when I joined the company and I started to understand, what are the requirements we have, what are the different problem domains we wanted, we really do need to iterate. We're so small, we need to take advantage of the best technology that there is available, and we need to contribute back to that, and we need to build it. But I didn't want to go off and like leave like 50 half-baked systems in like a trail of destruction behind me. I didn't want to like leave a bunch of things that are out there, have a couple people try some stuff out, those become critical, but I'm really excited about something new, and I'm trying to build a new system. And then meanwhile, I'm also trying to like keep this other system or these other 20 systems, dragging along. And so I needed this safe place to try out new technology. I wanted somewhere where, it still mattered, but, the sample size was one. It was just myself and, my wife. And, we were the only people who were going to be using this. This is just providing functionality for the personal network and not something that was necessarily going to be involved in the corporate setting. We still want to iterate very quickly when it comes to work, but I wanted to have a, sort of a prototype for the prototype before I really jumped into that thing. And so in order to do that, again, I sort of thought about, what is it that we're doing at the company, and how do I start to apply that and sort of create a parallel universe at home? And one of the first things was that thinking about, how even though at work we're still going to be able to leverage the cloud. We want to take advantage of as many managed services as possible. We want to be able to, hand over a lot of that operational workload to, a bunch of the software engineers who've built these battle-tested systems. But at the same time, we have these physical implants, and we're trying to, we need to measure them. We need to understand how they're behaving. We need to track their temperature and a ton of other metadata about them. So that means, we're always going to have, Bluetooth antennas that need to be plugged into some amount of servers. We have, an implant assembly line that, for each of the different stations along the line, we have a bunch of sensors that need to be used to validate that we're building the components to within the specifications we have. And there's a ton of software that needs to run to verify that those components are behaving as expected, and that needs to run on something. So each station needs to have physical hardware as well. So, again, as much as I'm, able to leverage the cloud experience that we have, we need to become excellent at running physical hardware. And so that meant that I needed to remember how the heck to do that. And so to start, that means building our own infrastructure as a service. So what is this base layer? How do we think about the infrastructure, the hardware, and the servers that we're going to use? How do we make sure we're able to bring them up in a repeatable and reliable way? And then how are we going to connect all of these servers together so they're going to be able to talk to each other and I'm actually going to be able to access the services that we're building? And again, I kind of touched on this, but I think we're really trying to make sure that, we have this easy opportunity to try new things. If I'm really kind of like, oh, this was a great idea, or it seemed like a good idea at the time, it definitely is not. Let's scrap this, throw it away. It's something where I only need to change some configs on my own. I just need to reprovision something. It's not a big deal. There we go. So when you're looking at the opportunities for how can you provision these servers, how can you create these operating systems and make them run, obviously you're thinking about servers. And we're going to talk on some of the different things you can use for that. You also want to think about how can you isolate out the network. And so we're going to touch on some of the switches you might want to use. If you don't want to use that, we'll talk about crossover cables, which I'd forgotten existed, so I wanted to call them out specifically. And then you can also, thank you, yes, exactly. I've been in the cloud for a long time. So, and then also, if you don't want to deal with this, you can just get started with some VMs, which is great. So as I discovered yesterday when I spilled coffee all over my laptop, it is not a good idea to use your daily driver for a bunch of this experimentation. So I would highly recommend not having to blow apart, whatever you're using for your day-to-day, since you, again, want to have that opportunity to experiment. You want to be able to try different things. You want to distro hop here and there. You want to try, Fedora Silverblue. You want to try these different OSs and different approaches and see if that's something that's actually beneficial, and maybe you can apply that in different areas. So one of the cool things is the next unit of computing boxes that Intel launched. Our pal System 76, who have a booth in the expo floor, they have this cool little box they call the Meerkat, which is awesome. So I have 2 of them running on my desk. They're great because they're just super easy to run a bunch of different things. They don't take up that much footprint. They're pretty low power. So that's been something for me that's been great, is just having this hardware has really empowered and enabled a ton of different systems and a lot of experimentation, which is awesome. If you're looking to upgrade your laptop, you can always keep your old one around. That's great because you don't need to plug in a monitor and keyboard. It's super easy. Again, this is something I wish I just thought of years ago. I feel like I really would have benefited a lot from having this environment set up. And so I'm just encouraging y'all to think about can you set this up if you don't have this already there? Once you have the physical hardware set up, you need a way for it to connect to things. And so most of us probably have what's called an unmanaged switch. And so this is just like a little tiny box. You can just plug a cable in. You can connect to it and make things, it'll talk to whatever network it's plugged into, and those machines will be able to communicate. But if you're using something called a managed switch, this is something that's a little bit more advanced, maybe a little more expensive, has more advanced software on there. And the firmware will let you customize each port, and you can set different things like VLANs, you can set which network these things are on, and you can actually isolate out different services from each other. So if you have your normal desktop, your normal laptop, or your Wi-Fi router, those can be connected to each other, and they can all talk and do their thing. And then you can create a separate isolated network, which you're just using for some of this experimentation. And so if you just want to play around with something, like you just want to mess around with MAS, especially as we get into talking about DHCP, if you want to create that isolation, if you're using a managed switch, you'll be able to specifically siphon that traffic off and make sure it can only talk to ports which you've specifically configured and enabled. And these are all different depending on the settings you're using. But for me, this was a great opportunity to get more involved with Fortinet. We're using some more of their switches at the office. So that meant I had the chance to sign up for their support center, figure out how to upgrade the firmware, do all this. this. And again, this is something where it's like very low effort. I'm just doing it on a weekend for fun, and it's not, when it comes time to like upgrading the firmware at, for the core router at the office, I'm like, oh yeah, I know how this goes. I know where to download things. I know how to follow the steps. So I'm feeling a lot more confident, which is pretty great. If you don't want to deal with the switch, again, the crossover cable is something again, very embarrassed I forgot about, but what's really cool about this is an Ethernet cable where they've actually twisted the wires, and so this cable is taking the input from one laptop, and it's going to the output of the other machine, and it's the same on the other way back. Normally, like a straight through Ethernet cable, you're expected to plug it into a switch or a router, and the way that those network cards are set up is it's expected to communicate directly in that like a normal pattern where the network cards are set up with that. And like laptops and servers, you need something like that switches it, so that way you can communicate that way directly. So this is great because you can just manually configure the network in your operating system, and then you don't even need a switch. You can just, again, super easy to set this up. You just need a little cable. It's super rad. So yeah, and these are pretty cheap online, which is great. Or you can make your own if you just have it, and you can just switch that out. And again, if you don't want to deal with any of this stuff, if you just want to get started, any machine that you've got that's running a modern OS, you can start virtualizing this. There's a ton of documentation, a ton of tech talks on things like this. Ubuntu and Canonical have multipass, which is awesome. There's a great tutorial on Maz, so I highly encourage you to check that out if you're not familiar with that. Okay. So we've got our setup. We generally have some network. Things are plugged in, which is great. Now we need to start talking about like how are we going to we need to power on these servers. We need to bring this up. Something I didn't realize, but like most of our machines do not have BIOS anymore. This blew my mind. This is very old information to like everybody in this room, I'm sure, but everything's been replaced by a new standard called UEFI, the Unified Extensible Firmware Interface. And so for me, I would say like, oh, I'm just gonna boot the BIOS and I'm gonna connect in and I'm gonna set it to network boot or something. Totally not a thing. Like none of the machines that I have actually have a BIOS anymore. This is all like very ancient technology, and there is no standard. Like this is just like a de facto standard. It just works the way it does because that's how like the IBM PC was created. And this is just like people just sort of like YOLO tried to figure out how to like set this up the same way. And one of the things that it uses is something called a master boot record, which we're going to get into. So your machine, the actual laptop or the server that you have has some firmware on there, and it's very minimal. It basically like powers on the box, and it's going to hand over control. This is the process for booting BIOS essentially. And so this is still helpful to know like kind of the basics, like where we're coming from. So this is going to hand over control to the BIOS, and what it's going to look for is it's going to look for like a special like set of bytes on the very beginning of your hard drive, and it's just like kind of like this magic area that nobody really knows like technically how long it's supposed to be, like how much space you have, like how things are formatted. It's all just kind of like reverse engineered essentially, and everybody just sort of like winks and goes along with it. And so this here, the master boot record, it's a way to structure how the rest of your file system is partitioned. So where can you look for essentially the bootloader? So in Linux, we're using a system called Grub, and Grub is a little bit more advanced. You're able to build up a little bit more functionality here, and really once you're at this stage, you're able to think about which Linux kernel version do you want to boot, which operating system do you want to boot. But again, this is like very limited functionality still at this point, and really its mission in life is just get the kernel up and running, which again, as most of us know, is kind of that intersection between the hardware and actually the rest of the operating system that you're booting. So BIOS obviously worked super well. I mean, there's a reason it was around for decades. It's, it made things work out pretty well. But again, one of the several issues, including it can only access 1 megabyte of memory. And so if you think about like, to make fun of myself, if you think about Slack, like there's no way Slack is only taking 1 megabyte of memory. So, that is really not that much space. And so there's a ton of other downsides to this. In addition, one of the big problems is BIOS is really only good at booting an operating system from disks. And so if you wanted to do something a little bit more intelligent, like for us, we wanted to boot off the network, that's just something we're not going to be able to do, unfortunately. And so huge props to Intel. They obviously recognized this problem, and they created the extensible firmware interface. And then they realized that, hey, it's great that we've got like this thing that we're building on our own, but the PC industry is this huge, there's a ton of different companies. There's firmware vendors, there's motherboard manufacturers, there's PC vendors, there's operating system vendors. All of these different components all need to interact with each other. They all need to know how this system works, and they need to be able to communicate with each other. So we need some standard. We need to have some way to agree on how the heck this machine is supposed to work. Like, how are you supposed to get this hardware all the way up to something that someone like you or I could take advantage of? And so that's where the UEFI standard was created. And there's like an umbrella organization called the UEFI Forum. And this group, they publish all of the standards online. I think it's relatively dry reading personally, but like it's all there if you want to read it. Tons of details, tons of documentation on how to implement this, how all of this stuff works. We're going to dig into a little bit of this and talk about how this happens. So one of the big things, obviously now we can take advantage of modern processors. So now this is, again, why I'm saying that this is what most of our systems are using is UEFI standards. You're really having a lot more capabilities here because you have this opportunity to start to define things. You have a process to make modifications. And one of the big things that it's doing is it's actually defining the standard for how are you formatting the file systems on disk, how are you creating that bootable partition, and you're telling the firmware how are you actually going to start to hand over control to the operating system. And so this standard means that you can start to build tools that take advantage of that. This GPT format is a structure that everybody can start to build against and make sure that they know how to use it. There's not too much in there, so we won't go into too much detail about it, but really the important part here is now at least we have one way for any system at whatever layer of the stack you're in to be able to query that information and figure out what operating systems are available, what are the different partitions, and how can we take advantage of that. So for example, if you're just running Linux right now, you can run Efi Boot Manager, and you can actually print out and you can query that information. Like you can look at that partition and you can see the details about it. And so here you can see, for instance, that using your operating system, you can actually set the boot order for the devices that you have. And so here you see the first thing is 2001 and then 0000. So here first, this is this laptop here. It's, if I plug in a USB drive, that's the first thing that's going to boot. And then, if there's no USB drive, then it's going to boot this EFI hard drive, which is great. And so this is something before you'd only be able to change in the firmware. And again, each implementation might be different. There might be different ways of doing this. But again, this is something that now, way up in user space, up in, once you've booted the OS, this is something you can configure the firmware on for your device, which is pretty sweet. All right, so we've got our firmware. We have our UEFI set up. We sort of know that we have a way to configure this stuff. And so using UEFI, that is the way that we can actually set up our network booting. But in order to get there, we kind of need to make sure we run through some of these different systems that, if you've been in the cloud for a long time, you may not remember how they work. You may not have experience with that. So the first one we're just going to touch on very briefly is just the concept of a subnet. And so if we think about a network, it's a collection of machines or a collection of servers. The internet obviously is a inter-network group of networks. So you have multiple networks that all connect and communicate with each other. And then a subnet is a subdivision. So it's kind of for our use case, we think of it, this is our home lab. So this would be the all the machines connected to our Wi-Fi that's on our home network here. And so most folks' standard network is going to be 192.168.1.1 or 1.0, and that's going to be something called a /24. Long story, we're not going to get into CIDR math or anything in this. There's many folks who will give much better talks about that than I will. But long story short is, typically you're going to have about space for about 256 hosts in your typical network, which is great. And so, when we're thinking about hey, maybe we want to create a separate isolated network for Joe's wild experiments, that's going to be something we're going to create a new subnet for, and we're going to configure that network switch to say, hey, anything that gets plugged in here, we want it to be on this 192.168.200 network. And so maybe we don't set up routing rules, so there's no way for machines on this special experimental network to connect back and corrupt whatever's going on. So if I'm setting up something, again, we're going to talk about DHCP in a moment, but maybe I'm messing around with some of the network settings, that could totally destroy that network. And if I were to do it on the Wi-Fi and I had friends come over, they'd be like, hey, why is your Wi-Fi broken? I can't connect. So again, creating that isolation, again, gives you that opportunity to experiment, which is really important. The next thing we're going to talk about is the distinction between unicast addressing and broadcast addressing. And this is super important because we need to think about the distinction between, once I have an IP address, once I'm connected to the network, if I want to, connect to Google, I just looked up DNS here. This is, Google has its own very complicated thing, which again is probably like months of talks to figure out how their network works. But at this point, if I wanted to connect to Google, this would be the IP address I'm doing. And so when I say, hey, I want to send a search request, my computer knows that it needs to talk to this IP address, and it's going to send a message which is only intended for Google. And so that's the only server that really cares that I'm talking to it, and it knows that I'm sending this message over to that server. And broadcast is very helpful when you need to send a message to everybody on your network. And this is typically restricted to just the subnet that you're on, but this is a way for you to sort of blast out a message, just sort of like I am right now. I'm sending out this whole broadcast message to all of you, and you're hearing it, whether or not you want to. And you're basically know that you're potentially an intended recipient for this information. And knowing broadcast addressing is important because there's something called dynamic host configuration protocol. And so whenever you turn on your phone or you open up your laptop and you connect to the Wi-Fi or you join your friend's Wi-Fi, the first thing your computer is going to do is it's going to say, hey, I don't have an IP address, which means I cannot communicate with other servers. I can't talk to other machines. And so I need an IP address so that way I can send messages and people know how to reach me and get back to me and send me that information. And so, thank goodness to all the early engineers. I'm sure some of you folks were involved in this. Thank you for all the hard work. This is really important because this is how we establish sort of the rules of the road. And so I think in the NOC, like 2 or 3 rooms over, right, Rob, there's a DHCP server over that way? Great. Excellent. It's over there. So every time you come up on the network, your client is sending a request, and we'll dig into what that looks like here. So it follows a process called DORA. So that's the first step is going to be the discovery. And so that's when your laptop opens up, you're going to broadcast a message. And you're going to say, hey, I'm a new machine. I have a specific hardware address, and I need an IP address. If the network's been configured appropriately, then you're going to have a response. So there's going to be a server there, and it's going to say, hey, I'm going to set aside this IP address for you. Would you still like this? And 99% of the time, your laptop's going to say, heck yes, I definitely want to. I want to stream YouTube or whatever, so I will definitely take that IP address if it's still available. And then hopefully the server is going to agree and say, yep, that sounds great. That's yours. I'm going to mark that down for a certain amount of time, and that's going to be your IP address until further notice. So that's great. So at least we've booted up, we've connected to the network, and we're going to be able to get an IP address and send traffic. The next thing we need to think about, again, when we're thinking about, how do we want to get an operating system to actually boot, is, we need to get that data onto your hard drive. So again, if I'm, taking a server from scratch and I need to get an operating system, probably, I think there's this thing called Linux. If I want to get that installed, I need to get that data transferred over here. But this process is happening, there's no operating system, right? And so we need a protocol that's very, very simple or trivial. And so this is going to be something that hopefully is very easy to implement, that's very standardized, and is very clear how to do this. So essentially, once you know where a TFTP server is, you're basically able to make a request to that on port 69, and you say, hey, I would like to receive this file. And the server is going to respond back. If it's just a read request, which for us is all it's going to be, it's just going to respond back with a data packet. And each time it sends a data packet over the UDP protocol, you have to respond back and acknowledge that and say, yep, cool, I got it, give me more data. And it's just going to respond back with more data. You're going to write that down, say, give me more, and you keep going until you receive the data. The way you know it's done is when you do not, the data message you receive is not the full size of the data packet. When it's truncated, that means you know you've reached the end, which is great. And if the last one is perfectly sized, so it's the full length, the server will actually send you back a packet that's a data packet of size 0. So once you get that, you know you're done, which is great. Awesome. So we've built up a way to get an IP address. We built up a way to get an OS image, which is important because now we're able to talk about something called PXE. And so this pre-boot execution environment is a standard. Actually, it's been around for a long time, but it was finally added to UEFI. And this is the way that most machines are actually going to request that network image. And so, at work or in a lot of server environments, this is the process that servers go through in order to get that network image, which is great. So we're going to build on top of these two protocols that we've already defined earlier. The big one that we're going to do is during that DORA process, during that initial discover request, we're actually going to add some special configuration. And we're going to say, hey, I actually don't just want an IP address. I'm also ready to rock and roll, and I want a new version of Linux. So I want to get whatever operating system you've got for me, I want to take that and I want to boot that, which is pretty great. So if you have a special DHCP server which is configured appropriately, which, spoiler alert, Maz is configured appropriately, it's going to tell you, hey, here's your network information, here's the subnet you're on, here's your DNS servers, but also here's some information about where you want to go to get a TFTP server to get that data you're looking for. That's where you're going to go to get that network, that operating system image. One caveat about TFTP is there is absolutely zero security built into the image. So if you want to do some extra validation or extra checksumming, that's 100% on you. That is not part of the protocol. So there's no security on any of this stuff. So if you've heard of the term of a rogue DHCP server handing out leases, make sure that if you are sending out a PXE request, hopefully you are in control of that network and that your TFTP server is secured and somebody hasn't put sketchy images on that box, which is for the home lab is very unlikely, which is great. All right, so we know how to boot things. We know how to set, we know the fundamentals here. We know sort of the first principles about how to actually use these protocols and how to leverage this. And so now we can talk about a specific implementation about how to take advantage of these things. So Metal as a Service, again, comes out of Canonical and the Ubuntu community. And for us, this is how we're going to provision our servers very quickly. And so we're thinking about, again, reducing the cost of errors, making it really easy to, kind of have that similar cloud-like experience. Hey, I just trashed this operating system. I was messing around with system D. I don't know how I, blew up my network manager config. This is really bad. I'm just going to re-image this box. I've had it. I don't have time for this. This was fun. Now it's not. Let's start over. So this is pretty great because it provides a lot of that abstractions that make it much easier. And so, we're going to dig into a lot of the implementation details. There's, again, the Maz team actually has totally revamped their docs in the last 3 weeks. Tons and tons of details in there, which is great. So I highly recommend going through that or checking out some of the tutorials. We're going to spend most of the time on the implementation, but going through the web UI, it's pretty self-explanatory if you know these fundamentals and you can apply this to the process. So there's 3 different components we need to think about here. So the first one is going to be called the region controller, or region D. And this one you're typically going to use 1 per office or 1 per location. For us, obviously, in our lab, we're going to have 1 of everything, obviously. But this is something which I think of as the brains of the operation. This is where you're really going to be thinking about doing a lot of that processing. This is where you're going to locate that web UI, that API server. This is the thing that as an engineer, this is what I'm going to be interacting with as a human day to day. It's going to persist all of that data in a PostgreSQL database. And so that obviously, if you, for us, it's a home lab, it's not really that much work. So, I'm not going to worry about backups or anything like that. But if you're deploying this in a production environment, that you'd want to care about, make sure it's replicated and you had backups set up, things like that. Region D itself has nothing to do with DHCP. It doesn't respond to the network requests. The rack controller is what's responsible for talking to machines. So the rack D server is what machines communicate with. So region D I think about as for humans, and then rack D for machines. So this is what's going to serve DHCP, and it's also going to handle the PXE process, which means it's also going to serve the TFTP server as well. Now, the important part, though, is that rackd is what I'm very thankful is it's stateless, which means that most of the time it's actually proxying the request back to the region D server. So when a request comes in, which we'll see in a moment, it's actually talking to region D, which is what knows what to respond with. So rackd doesn't need too much configuration. We're doing all of that in region D, which is great. So here's the typical Maz flow. Let me set this a little bit better, I think. So when we do want to add a machine, one of the first things we need to do is actually enlist this box. And so enlistment is when you're first connecting this into Maz, and you're sort of first telling the Maz server what the heck is going on here. And Maz actually has some pretty comprehensive scripts in there whose sole purpose in life is to figure out what in the world is on this hardware. How many hard drives are there, what type of network card is there, how much memory is in this box, and it's trying to just sort of query anything and everything it can think about, figure out all the little details, what hardware vendor. If you are dealing with enterprise hardware, there's something called IPMI, or lights out management, which is super cool and we're not going to get into. into, but all of that stuff is what Maz is trying to figure out so it knows how to communicate and deal with this hardware. So the first thing you're doing is you're actually going to enlist this box, and you're going to bring it into this state where it's going to run a lot of these built-in commissioning scripts. And so these are sort of the defaults, and kind of give Maz this like first pass of just like, what the heck is this hardware and how do I deal with it? Once you've done that, it actually creates an entry in the Maz database. The region D server persists that, and then it's going to create a cool page in the web UI, and it's going to show you a lot of those details. So it's going to tell you like, oh, you have an Intel network card, you have like a Samsung hard drive, you have 64 gigs of RAM, whatever you have. Once it's in a new state, that's where you need to commission the machine. And this is a little bit more advanced because you can actually run some custom commissioning scripts. And so if you have extra hardware that you've added that maybe aren't being queried for in the default set of commissioning scripts, this is what's actually going to query that and make that available in Maz if you need to. It also can do things like actually update NTP, so update the system time and gather some extra information, which is good. And then at this point, it's going to mark the machine as ready. And all of this so far has basically been to get us to this point. This box is finally like able to, it's finally allocated and it's finally ready to take, like be Pixie booted and actually like install an operating system here. So we needed all of this like, 1975 knowledge or whatever, just to like install Linux for the most part. So the last step there is when you actually deploy the box. And this is where you decide like, hey, I want to like install Ubuntu 2004 or 2204. I want to install this cloud init configuration on there, which we'll get into. But basically here you've like got a ton of the details. You know what sort of hardware there is. You know what architecture it is. You know what image is appropriate. And you're going to be able to deploy this onto the box. If you needed to add these custom templates, they're on the region controller, and they're just located in this directory. And you can actually take a look at some of the scripts, and you can see, what is it that they're doing? How are they querying this information? And there's a lot of cool things if you want to dig into some of the hardware and see how all of this is presented and how it's available. So there's, again, a ton of information that you can find here, which is pretty cool. And highly encourage you to go into the Maz docs, because they're actually very comprehensive here if you have more questions. So now we're going to really dig into commissioning and really understand, what does this process look like and how does Maz make this work? So when you first plug in your laptop or the server that you're going to be dealing with, the first thing that it's going to do, again, is make that DHCP request. And if you've set up in UEFI, if you've set that to network boot, it's going to add in those special configuration, and it's going to say, hey, not only do I want that IP address, but I also want to connect to a Pixie server, and I want to actually get that TFTP image so I can run those commissioning scripts. So RACD is going to, which is configured as your DHCP server, it's going to respond to that. And before it sends that response back, it's actually going to query the region controller. And it's going to ask it, hey, I need some of this boot metadata. Like, I need to get some of the details about where's the location of the right kernel, where's the TFTP. Let me make sure that I'm going to be the TFTP server you want me to use. And it's going to query region D to get that information. And all that stuff is, the defaults for us are just going to work just fine. So once RACD gets that information, it's going to pass that back to the server that you're provisioning, and it's going to send that Pixie configuration back to the box. And the box is going to do that thing where it uses TFTP to connect to that server. It's going to write out that ephemeral image. It's going to boot from that temporary image, and then it's going to run all those commissioning scripts and get that information there. It's also going to fetch something called cloud init from the region D server once the box spins up, which we're going to get into a lot more detail. And then it's also going to query the RACD server and tell it, hey, like, here's all this metadata that I found. I want you to talk to the region D server, and I want you to persist this way down in Postgres. So this is how the commissioning process works and how we get all that information we need in Maz. So then as we go through and say like, oh, like, which server do I want to deal with, you have all of these details here, and you're able to figure out, oh, is this the right box that I want to redeploy or reimage? You have all that information there available. Once it's done with that process, it's like publish that metadata, the box is actually going to shut itself down. So this is, again, just an ephemeral image. It's just like a temporary thing that just gets you this information. You're not really installing the operating system when you're commissioning. That's the job of the deployment phase. And so once you deploy, you're using the same, again, assuming you're using Ubuntu, you're using the same installer you would on a live CD, and that's a tool called Curtain. And Curtain is short for the Curt installer. It's like whole mission in life is just install stuff really quickly. And on first boot, it's going to execute a program called Cloud Init, which we're going to talk about in just a bit. But to really dig into Curtain, the whole mission here is it's supposed to be able to handle a few different configurations and make sure no matter what setup you have, you're going to be able to write a new operating system image onto a hard drive here. And so it's basically it's just like a really robust DD command essentially. So the first thing it's going to do is, again, you've kicked off that boot, and so that's whether you've plugged in a USB thumb drive, you've got a CD-ROM, or you've done the network boot, and you're basically bringing up this live image, which is going to run the current installer. And so the next stage it's going to do is run what are called early commands. And this is basically loading in some modules for some configuration. You're going to set up some of the environment and make sure that the hardware is primed. And then if you want to, you can actually update your apt cache. So that way you make sure you have all the latest Ubuntu packages when you're installing. So you're not installing some super out-of-date version. Once you've done that, the next step is actually partition the hard drive. So again, we actually want to persist this. We want to write an OS image. And so we really need, we want to create the partitioning scheme correctly. Hopefully we're going to use, we're going to make the Efi Boot partition. Hopefully we're going to use the GPT format, again, because we're using UEFI, because BIOS is deprecated, haha. And then we're also going to create the template for the file system tab, or the FS tab. And so this is where we're not actually writing fstab, we're actually just going to write out a template, which will be written out a little bit later. The next step is then going to be doing a little bit of network setup. So this is actually going to, again, write out a template to configure your network. The reason we're writing the template is because when we write the disk image, we want to add that configuration after that's written out. So here, typically, you're going to get a tarball with the Ubuntu OS. This is what's going to get extracted onto the disk that you've just partitioned, and you're going to write all of that information out onto the hard drive. The last thing I actually, for this talk, I discovered, I didn't even realize this was a thing, but you can actually add a little webhook at the end of the installation process. So if you have a Slack team or Discord or whatever, you can actually configure it to post in a channel and say hey, I've finished installing, so this box is ready to go. So I thought this was pretty cool. It's an extra little hook that you can configure and add that in there, which is awesome. Sorry, that was too early. So this is extra configuration, which you can set up, maybe install the webhook script, and then here's where you can actually execute that script once you put that in there. All right. So again, we're building up these layers, right? So we have an operating system installed. Pretty much we're mostly a stock Ubuntu image at this point. And so we really need to we want to install the stuff that we want, right? We don't want to just have, it's great that we can install an ISO, but we could just plug in a thumb drive and it's not really saving us that much time. What I think really gets interesting is using a tool called CloudInit. And if you're running on any of the cloud providers, they all support this tool. Amazon, you might be familiar with user data. It's essentially it's using CloudInit to run this stuff, and it's the same format, which is great. So this program is what runs on the first boot. So after you've created the image, it's the first time that you're actually going to bring up the system. It knows that it needs to execute this code and execute the configuration that you've given it. And so an example would be, this is very basic, but you're basically, this is the cloud native part of the talk because it's YAML, but it's basically the first thing you're going to do is the package update. So make sure you're running apt update, getting the latest packages from the repository, and then you can upgrade them. And then you're also going to create a user ID. There's a ton of additional features that you can use. This is awesome because you can actually connect to GitHub and then pull down your SSH keys. It also has Launchpad support for anybody who still uses that. So this is great because, again, even if we just did this, this means that we can just provision a new image, we can provision a new server, and we always know that we're able to start from scratch, and that's awesome. But unfortunately, sometimes you're just I want to try a couple different instances, or I want to run this application. Maybe I don't want to deal with all the common problems we think about when it comes to isolating different application versions or different libraries. So we need probably another platform. And as one of the quotes I use all the time is, obviously the solution is add another layer of indirection or abstraction, which means I finally need to learn kube, which I try to avoid through most of my time at Slack, much to the chagrin of my colleagues. So here's where we really get to move very quickly, and there's a ton of documentation for running K3s, so we don't really need too much. If you wanted to just get a Kubernetes instance running on your server, you can just add this to your CloudInit, and it's going to be there. It's wild. So huge props to the Rancher folks. Huge props to Patrick at the SUSE booth yesterday for giving me the tools to try and save my laptop yesterday. So props to all these folks. But yeah, K3s is super solid. Again, it wasn't something that I wanted to go too deep into. So there's a ton of opportunity here to really play around with what are the best kube distros you want to use, how you want to run this, and how are you going to configure this appropriately. But if you just want something super easy, this is going to be great. So we've pretty much like made it most of the way through. We've got a platform, and we've got kube, right? And so now we have a way to get servers on our desk running kube. If you wanted to create a second second cloud init file, if you wanted to have multiple servers that are all connected to the same kube cluster, you can actually set some environment variables here, and you can pass it the name of your initial Kubernetes server that you provisioned. So the first one you spin up probably looks like this. The second server you spin up, you're going to pass in a few details like the IP address for the Kubernetes server, as well as like a little passcode, basically, like a little certificate that you're going to pass over so it can authenticate and join the cluster. So again, doing this and having this means you can just start to like provision, a ton of like Raspberry Pis or a bunch of other servers you have lying around, and you can really add them together pretty easily. And if, again, any of them have problems, or you want to add a new one or replace one, again, using Cloud Init, you can do this super, super quickly, which is really cool. So again, I was using Mac OS for a long time, which was fine, but there's a great to-do app called OmniFocus. But again, I was thinking about, for me, the killer app was running this command line to-do app, which is very appropriate for SCaLE, I think. But there's also a bunch of other applications like Home Assistant, which is a really awesome Python project, has a ton of community support behind it. You can think of it kind of like an open source HomeKit or like an open source Alexa. And it's really great because it actually works across a lot of these ecosystems. And so for folks who use different components from like, the Google Home ecosystem or Alexa, you can use something like Home Assistant to sort of bridge that gap, and I believe the plugin is called HomeBridge, actually, to tie Home Assistant together with HomeKit, which is awesome. And again, you're running all of this locally, so you don't need to worry about extra network latency. You don't need to worry about who am I giving access to all this data. This is all code that's running on your desk at this point, which is super cool. You can also run like the Plex Media Server if you have, again, a bunch of home videos or something that you want to show off. And then even there's like cool like self-hosted apps, like I think it's Tandoori Recipes, like if you want to have like a recipe server that you're running. But again, this is really giving you a lot of control. You can run different apps. You control the data. You don't have to worry about where's it being stored, what happens if like, Google Reader gets shut down, things like that. So, I think the usual benefits we all know about open source start to come into play here, which is pretty great. So I think, again, as we're thinking about apps, though, we get kind of the benefit of kind of diverging from sort of what I would consider like SRE best practices. I am very hesitant to kind of diverge from sort of what the best practice of the upstream project is. And so the task server is expected to be installed like directly on the OS, and is not necessarily like, there isn't like a ton of folks that are necessarily running this in a containerized environment. But since it's just me, if this thing goes down or if I need to troubleshoot something, like I only have myself to blame, and it's something where I can fix on my own schedule, and that's fine. So here it's totally something that's great, but fortunately there's Yehengi. I don't even know how to pronounce this person's name, but this person on the internet decided to Dockerize the task server and actually create some kube config, which was awesome. I made a couple of tweaks we'll dig into, but huge props to this person for like blazing the trail and getting a bunch of this set up. So if you want to look at the Docker file, it's up here on GitHub. I kind of broke down the Docker file here, but again, this is all the stuff that we're used to doing, right? But it's just that we're able to run this on our desk, which is pretty great. So we're just going to check out the repository of the code. We're using CMake to configure the build, and then we're just going to build the actual application. We're going to expose the ports. So we're going to tell Docker that, hey, I'm going to be running something that's going to be listening on the network on these ports. So make sure this is available so I can actually connect to this application. And then we're setting the entry point, which is what the actual application that's going to run there that we've built. One interesting thing about the task server in particular, and the reason that I'm actually like comfortable running this, is that it does actually use TLS for auth. And so you do need to generate certificates. There's some decent documentation in the upstream project. I wrote a little like helper, which this is just kind of the summarized version, basically. But basically here, if you generate some client certificates and the server-side certificate, so long as you're transferring the client certs to your devices securely, you'll be the only person that's able to access this data, which obviously is important. So, so you'll need these, and we're going to use this as we deploy this to the kube cluster. So again, so I have a little fork. We're going to just dig into the actual script that's running. But basically here, this is just, again, if we're used to kube, this is how you run all these instances and how you deploy this. So first, we're creating the namespace to make sure that we're isolating the pods and making sure that all these resources are within their own area within the Kubernetes cluster. We're creating a persistent volume claim, which again is, K3s by default gives us this like local path provisioner, which is just basically just like writing files directly to disk, which for us is perfect, right? Like we don't need some like web scale solution that like persists to like 17 regions around the globe. Like we just, I have a cute little meerkat on my desk, right? And that's what's going to take the data, so that's fine. So we're setting that up. We're setting configuration, and then just for my own sanity, because I kept forgetting as I was like iterating on this a few times, I just added this little helper to remind me to set up the dang TLS certs. And then we're actually going to upload all of those certificates once we've generated them, which is great. So we've done it, all of this work, going back to like 1975, just so that way Joe can actually run his like to-do app in his terminal. But we've created this thing. It was, may not be what you want to use, but it's what I wanted to use. So that's the beauty of the home lab. So that way we can actually take advantage of, using this and creating this fun environment. I finally got to use Kubernetes after being cranky at it for 5 or 6 years. We got to have a lot of experience with Maz. We're able to provision these servers and make sure we understand, from first principles, like how are we going to build this out? What are the protocols that are necessary? And again, now that I'm going back to work, come Monday, I'll be able to do a great job at building this infrastructure. And I have a lot more context, and I have a lot more opinions about what I like and what I don't like because I've gone through this process. I finally had to deal with physical machines. Thank God I did, because yesterday I had to do surgery on my laptop. And again, we've kind of created our home lab, and now we're hopefully you're excited to build your own as well. So thanks so much for the talk. We're hiring at Neuralink. Come check us out on the expo floor, and thanks again, everybody, for the time.
Does anybody have any questions? We got like 10 minutes for questions. Going once. Oh.
Sweet.
I may have missed it, but where did you install Maz on?
That is a great question. I actually just use Snap to install Maz on the box itself. Just so you do need to have like. I did not add that. That is so wild. So you do need to have a separate server that I provisioned. So that's why I was saying like you have multiple machines for that. So for that, I just dedicated something to run Maz. And so that's the thing that's serving DHCP. And so that's where I didn't want to get too wild. There is, I think Airship, does have a Maz running in Kubernetes. But I think that's just running on 2.8. And now I think we're on 3.2 just got released. So exactly, correct. Linux box running Maz is the TLDR.
Quick question about the hardware setup. I'm trying to set up my home lab as well.
Awesome.
But I'm thinking about like server ITX, motherboard, and use IPMI for accessing to it. What's your recommendation for hardware setup?
The hardware setup for using IPMI or?
Just regular like, setup, like the whole home lab, like motherboard, CPU, like.
Oh, interesting. I think if you wanted to build your own like hardware or like try out, like if you have some vendor that you use at work that you think is cool or something, definitely finding that overlap is great. I think for me, just finding these like meerkats was great, right? Because I didn't necessarily want to go through like, which motherboard is compatible. I don't have any IPMI at home, and so that is a downside. But I think that's definitely, for me at least, I think that's definitely a next step is like automating that, and then getting Maz to like automatically power on and off boxes is super awesome. So yeah, so I'd love to see your blog post or your talk next year, what you decide.
Hi, great talk. Next year, this year's a great talk there. Any considerations for security in your lab, or is it walled off so that no one can really get to it?
I am so thankful for all my colleagues who actually know how security works. I'm very, very stoked. I think for me, I was like, oh yeah, like there's certs, like cert off. This is great. That's all I need. I think I'm definitely, I'm actually starting to look, so my colleagues at Slack built something called Nebula, which is like an alternative to like WireGuard or Tailscale. So I think something like that, so you don't necessarily need to like expose ports on the open internet, is really, really appealing. Right now, naively, I have opened the like task server port on the router, so I do have that like exposed. So yeah, I think like that is something that I'm definitely thinking about. So I think something like SCaLE, if you haven't looked into it, seems super cool. So, but that basically creates like a very interesting virtual private network. So you don't actually need to make this connection, and you don't need a ton of extra servers. You basically have this virtual network where only your servers can communicate with each other, no matter where they are in the world. It's it feels like magic. It's super cool. So.
Hey Joe.
Hey, Rob.
So, did you have any problems with UEFI on the Meerkats, or was that pretty straightforward from configuring it to do the net boot?
Fortunately, I did not have many problems. I think I just had I think it was more like a personal problem where I was just like, oh my God, it's not BIOS anymore. When did this happen? I don't. So I think that was just something that I needed to correct my misunderstanding. So yeah, I think that just appreciating that I think helped a lot, because then I think it helped me not be afraid of going to the firmware anymore, if that makes sense. I think just feeling more comfortable knowing what's going on, knowing how to partition things, knowing which disks I'm dealing with. I think having those fundamentals I think was actually super valuable. But yeah, I think overall the UEFI was pretty solid. So and then the Lemur Pro is rocking Core Boot, which is awesome. So yeah, open source firmware, very sweet.
Any other questions? You're making me run.
Nope. My IP is 127.001, I think. Same as yours, I think.
All right. What do you do for electrical power protection for your equipment?
Great question. I grabbed some. I don't even know if it's actually good or not, but I did have the same question, and I found something on Amazon for $70 or whatever, and it's not a battery backup. I don't really care about a power supply, or sorry, I don't care about a battery backup just yet, but it is something that it's seems like just a fancy surge protector. So I didn't necessarily want to plug stuff straight into the wall, just in case there's some dirty power coming in or something. So it should, I forget the details of that, but it should even out the power curve or something. Is that a thing? That thing, yeah, that sounds reasonable. Cool. Thanks everybody. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I would definitely look into that if it sounds like you're thinking about that already. So.
Okay, so more about your presentation. How did you make the slideshow? I really liked your theme there.
Yeah, that's the project is called Look at Me. I cannot take any credit for that. I should have added it back here, but let me run this again. Right there, the first bullet point right there is the GitHub repo. So it's a Python project. So if you just pip install that, that'll work. Yeah, I was blown away. It's pretty awesome. So. Yeah, you just write Markdown, and each Markdown document is a new slide, so it's super cool.
So for a home network Kubernetes cluster, how small and portable can you go? Are there a lot of, because I missed the beginning on the hardware you're running, can it be as small as Raspberry Pis or smaller?
Yeah,
and
totally.
Also, can the cluster be based on a wireless network?
Sure. Yeah.
Out of the box.
Yeah. So I think you can definitely set up your servers on a wireless network. I think this is where me being a little annoying. I think I just wanted to have that. There's nothing better than just plugging in. You can totally do wireless, and it's probably going to be fine. And then in terms of,
if you could UEFI boot over wireless. Wouldn't that be cool?
Do we have any experts that actually know the answer to this question? Logan? I'm hearing
Not yet.
Probably.
Coming soon.
Yeah, I don't know about soon. I mean, the time scales we're talking about, soon is relative.
Before SCaLE 30.
Before SCaLE 30, that might be a thing. Yeah,
Good.
I don't think we'll get WPA 7 support though, but maybe we'll see. So, but yeah, there's a ton of YouTube videos. If you just search for Home Lab, there's a ton of awesome folks who are super stoked about this. This one vlogger, Techno Tim, just started this thing called 100 Days of Home Lab, which is awesome. Wow, this is wild. So I think this was just a few months ago, actually. So there's a ton of folks who are like talking about their home labs, like making a ton of videos, kind of like really building and encouraging a lot of this stuff. So there's like infinite ways to set this up. So I also want to give a huge plug to the self-hosted podcast. Just great folks. If you're not subscribed to like the Destination Linux podcast, like the Tux Digital Network, like a lot of those folks are doing awesome work and like really like encouraging a lot of people to do cool stuff with technology. So there's just like a ton of like momentum that's being built through this community, which is super cool. Yeah, and I think somebody made like a 40 Raspberry Pi like kube cluster or something that they were talking about on YouTube, which is cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. Give it up again for Joe.
Rock and roll.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, next up on the Cloud Native track in, I believe, a half hour, we have Nathaniel McCallum for WeirCan, the Container Bootloader Saga. Oh, there is a break?
Test. Check 2, 1, 2. Check. Okay. Check. Tick. All right. Test 3, 1, 2, 3. Check. Okay.
All right, thanks.
You're good. The third one after DI.
Okay, should I turn it off?
Yeah. Test. Check.
Check. All right. Gonna check. Okay, here I am. I'm gonna read the schedule. Oh no. Oh, okay. Check. Oh, okay. So we've got some, I think, tweets here. Check. Okay. Just gonna read some of these tweets. My favorite part of my talk at check. 1, 2, 3. Perhaps the most. Sometimes the questions of people who don't contribute as much is, can we get them to do more? Instead, we should ... rather than asking people to do. Congratulations, team. GitLab won the SCaLE Linux Expo Most Interactive Booth Award. All right, copy. I'm still talking to the mic. Check. Last day at SCaLE 19. Sometimes the question of people who don't contribute as much is, can we get them to do more? Instead, we should... Okay. My favorite part of my talk at SCaLE 19 today, in an hour in the Marina Room, is a personal note that says, Q ... Perhaps the most important sentence in our Spake's entire talk.
Testing, testing. Ooh.
So we're surprised.
Nope. Not surprised at all. This is God. You need to make some changes to your life.
I'll mute you until start.
Okay, I've got 1:30, so we're going to go ahead and start. We've saved the best session for last here at the Cloud Native track of SCaLE, and we've got Nathaniel McCallum here to talk about WeirCan, which is a cool mechanism for booting containers into a computer, potentially even including an OS image. So with that said, I'll let you take it away, Nathaniel.
Great, thank you very much. How's everybody doing today? Last day of the conference, has it been good? Yeah? What's your favorite talk? We'll just take 3 people. Favorite talk so far? Don't say this one because you're cheating. You like the keynote? Yeah? Home Lab? Podman, also great talk. Dan Walsh is always a delight. Former coworker of mine at Red Hat, and spent many years with him. He's a great guy. So I need to start off this talk with a bit of a warning. This presentation does contain gratuitous fantasy and Dungeons and Dragons references, so you have been warned. And with that, we're gonna jump right in. So this talk is called Wirken, the Bootloader Container Saga, and we're going to start here with Chapter 1. Hopefully all of your character sheets have been prepared and you are ready to play a round of Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to start off by identifying our hero. Our hero is actually not the project in this talk. It is the project called Enarx. Enarx is an open source project which runs WebAssembly workloads in trusted execution environments. Does everybody know what trusted execution environments are? Good. I am glad nobody knows except for a few over here. So the idea of a trusted execution environment is that there's a mode of the CPU which encrypts all of the pages of the memory, so for a particular application or a subset of that application, and then can do hardware-based attestation. So we can use Enarx to bring up an application in an environment that's actually encrypted while it's running, and we can prove to others that that environment is tamper-proof and encrypted, and then deliver keys and such into that, which is a great way to write microservices, because you don't actually have to rely upon the security of the underlying operating system, just the trusted execution environment platform itself. Enarx is also a Linux Foundation project within the Confidential Computing Consortium. In fact, we were the inaugural project for that division within the Linux Foundation. So let me give you a little bit of background on Enarx history. Enarx started in 2019, and it started basically by us going to Intel and AMD to explore their new technologies, Intel SGX and AMD SEV. The first commit, I think, was in February of 2019, something like that. And it was actually written in Austin, Texas, while we were talking with the developers there. And basically the idea was, how can we make this portable? You have technologies that are on different platforms. They work in very, very different ways. How can we create trusted execution environments that are the same across all hardware platforms? And in 2019, we decided, late 2019, we decided to focus on WebAssembly. And we merged WebAssembly support in 2020, late 2020. And kernel development at this point is happening in earnest. So you have lots of patches for these new hardware technologies coming into the Linux kernel. And then in 2021, SGX, the first for version 1, lands in the Linux kernel. Version 2 is, I'm very excited about this, is about to land in the next kernel release just now. And SEV, the first version of that, began to land in the Linux kernel in 2021. And in mid-2021, my company, Profian, which is a startup we launched to provide commercial support to Enarx and to allow you to be able to deploy applications in the cloud and on the edge in ways that actually don't depend upon the security of the underlying operating system. Of course, in 2022, we're going to be releasing Profian Assure, which is our enterprise support for Enarx. But this is... Let me give you a brief demo of how Enarx works. So you can do this on your own. There's no special magic here in what I'm about to show you. You do need the latest generation of hardware in order to take advantage of the hardware capabilities. So this is Ice Lake Xeon for Intel, or the Milan generation for AMD. And since not everybody has these servers sitting in their back pocket, we decided to make a website called try.enarx.dev. And you can click Start Now, and it will randomly pick one of the platforms. We ended up with SGX in this case. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we have a small Echo server. This is written in Rust using the Tokyo I/O framework. And the only thing that's WebAssembly specific in this whole application is this line, because we're going to create, or we're going to use a socket that was already set up by the runtime. And other than that, this is all just native code. So we're going to listen for new connections, which we're going to accept. When a new connection comes in, we're going to spawn a background task in Tokyo, and we're going to handle its output. So we're going to read whatever the input is from that socket, and we're going to handle a disconnection, and then we're going to write it back. So a very simple standard Echo server, and we're going to build this for WebAssembly. So normally we would just do a cargo build, but since it's WebAssembly, we're going to specify the target, WASM32 WASI. And now our application is built for, oh, I think somebody's playing with the server. They just took it down. Let me try the other one. Nope. That's how you know it's a live demo. Anyway, we could have uploaded this to the server, and we could have shown it running on try.nrx.dev if it was not down. So maybe I'll come back to this at the end of the presentation, see if it's back up. Maybe somebody's deploying a new patch or something. Okay. So that's actually not what this talk is about. This talk is actually about working. And so one of the challenging things that we had with NRX is that we need to move on now to chapter number 2, testing your metal. And yes, I know this is a pun. I hope I didn't injure anyone. Testing your metal is, of course, spelled M-E-T-T-L-E. But the problem we have is that we need bare metal, because when we're developing this software and we want to test it rigorously, because this is security software. And so building NRX needs bare metal. We test development kernels, we test hardware cooperating user space daemons, we do application development, and we do it on heterogeneous hardware in heterogeneous clouds. So all of the clouds basically are offering bare metal in various forms these days, but how you actually boot an operating system across all of these different clouds is incredibly different, and they're not really the same. And we had other problems as well, but this is really a many-headed dragon, as you can see Tiamat here. And so we have a variety of different ways that are in use for booting bare metal. You have the standard sort of PXE system, which is you use DHCP. It tells you the TFTP place to get your kernel in a RD. It fetches those over the network and boots them. That's one way. Another way is iPXE. This is commonly used by Equinix, for example. And so iPXE is like PXE, but it's scriptable, so you can basically write some scripts to do things. And it also has like HTTPS support and stuff, so it's not just TFTP. But it sort of has TLS support because iPXE only supports really old cipher suites. So if you actually try to download images from, say, GitHub or pretty much any modern web server, it's going to fail because it can't actually do the TLS negotiation. You also have the ISO method. Some places will allow you to upload an ISO and to boot that, which is great. Usually you'll have to go through an operating system install, so it's not really unattended, although there's ways you can sort of make that automated. Then you have the EFI direct boot route, which is where you put an EFI image on an EFI partition, and that gets loaded directly. Then you have the operating system image. This is usually a derivation of the ISO format or some other thing. There's a 3-letter cloud, for example, that requires you to have a custom image format for their servers. And then lastly, we had to mix this also with stuff on-prem. And so being able to just do like a USB mass storage boot, for example, is another way we may want to boot these things. And so because we have all of these servers doing rigorous testing of all of the hardware, and we have all of these clouds, and we have all of these different ways to boot things, we really needed a system that could sort of wrangle all of these together. So we really need to tackle that multi-headed dragon. And we have specific goals. First of all, we want our process to be iterative. And building a whole operating system image is, yes, it's iterative, but the cycle is just really long to be able to build a whole OS image. We wanted to do something that was faster, more lightweight. Second was we wanted something that was stateless. We didn't want to install an operating system and then have to manage the state of that operating system over a long period of time. We wanted to boot into an OS where everything came up with the bare metal, and then when we rebooted, it was exactly the same state as when it started before. Third was we wanted everything to be declarative. So we wanted a clear recipe to be able to build our operating system images But we also test on multiple different operating systems. And so while, for example, we could use something like Kickstart to do an install on Fedora or Red Hat, and other systems provide other automated systems as well, that would have required us to maintain a bunch of different methods for composing these images across multiple operating systems. Fourth is we want the process to be reproducible. This is incredibly important for any development or testing environment, particularly when you're dealing with very rapid development across changing situations. You need to always be able to reproduce something at a particular point in time. So we wanted to be able to reproduce every single OS build. The fifth thing is that we want it to be homogeneous. So in other words, if we're booting an operating system, it shouldn't matter which hardware we're booting it on, and it shouldn't matter which cloud we're booting on. The entire process should be the same. And further, the development procedure for building that and booting that operating system should be the same for everyone across the line. Lastly, we wanted it to be infrastructureless. And now I know that there's not really such a thing as no infrastructure. But basically, there's a lot of infrastructure that's provided for free from a lot of different places. And we didn't want to have to set up infrastructure to manage our infrastructure. We wanted something that could be very easy and lightweight, particularly as we had a small development team. We didn't want to have to start doing IT ops immediately. And so we simply needed more agility. We needed the ability to move faster and to create environments that were reproducible and so forth. So let's move on to chapter 3. Arming the party. We already had, as I mentioned, some resources available to us. So we start with Git, right? I mean, if you haven't heard of Git yet, you should probably go learn about it immediately. Git is pretty much the de facto way in our industry these days to manage iterative changes. And so we wanted to be able to use Git to manage the control of producing images that we could use for booting. And we wanted the whole thing to be declarative, right? So the image is produced in a declarative way from the recipe that is in Git. And this gives us those two things we really wanted, which is rapid iteration and change control. Second, we do have available CI/CD resources. There are many, many examples of this all over the web. I listed 2 here. We have GitHub Actions, where you can run some code on their server in the cloud on your GitHub pushes, or the same with GitLab for CI. If you tag something, if you do a push of code, whatever, you can run code on all of those events. And so this is essentially some free compute resources for us, and we wanted to make sure that we could do this efficiently. And lots of people are doing this today, right? This is a really well-worn path. Committing a Docker file, for example, and building a container in GitHub is not exactly the bleeding edge of technology. The last thing is that we have available container repos. And so basically, forges like GitHub and GitLab both have the ability to start with that Docker file that's in GitHub, do the build of the Docker image, and then push it into a container repo. And now it's actually staged for deployment. And so we didn't want to introduce additional infrastructure on top of this. We just wanted to say, like, look, we've got our whole operating system packaged as a container in that container repo. I just want to boot the dang thing. How can I get it to boot? And so there's an easy part of this and there's a hard part of this. The easy part of this is actually distributing the kernel in initRD. Because if you look at a container image, it's basically a set of layers. It's a set of tarballs that are layered and contains all the changes you've made to a container over time. And we can stuff things in this and then we can distribute this, right? Typically, you don't distribute a kernel in initramfs in a container because it's not going to use that kernel for anything, and it would bloat the size of the container. So we needed a way to do that. And that's really easy, actually. You just kind of install the distro's kernel package. That's an easy step out of the box. There's a few other little tweaks you have to do, but it's not very difficult. The second part was the harder part. And that's container-aware bootloader. So we needed something that could start up on the system, no matter what boot process we had, right? Whether we were doing iPXE, whether we're doing native boot, whether we're booting off an ISO or whatever. We needed some bit of code there that could recognize how to get a container image and then figure out a way to actually boot that kernel. And so we came up with the idea to make containers more metal. And we started a project called Workin', Workin is available on GitLab, so gitlab.com/workin/workin. And it's written in Rust, and I believe it's under the Apache 2 license. And this is the bit of code that does that harder part in the early part of the bootstrapping process. Workin provides these 4 things. These are the main things. There's a few other things it does, but these are the main 4 things that it does. First is it does container muxing. It basically takes a bunch of different container layers from a container repository, starts downloading all of those. It downloads them in order as they would be actually laid out on the file system when the layering was collapsed. And we stream this whole process. So we're actually untarring them as they're downloaded, and then we stream it into an initRD image. So we actually convert the Docker format into an initRD format. One of the other things we need to do as part of this process is we need to actually extract the kernel from this image. Because although we can boot the initRMFS, we need to get the kernel out separately to be able to handle that. So when we do the container muxing, basically we're just grabbing the kernel from the container image as well as converting the container image into an initRMFS. The second thing that it provides is kexec booting. How many people are familiar with kexec here? Okay, we've got a few. So kexec, it was designed as a recovery mode for the Linux kernel. Basically, the idea is that you can load, you've got your Linux kernel up and running, and you can load a backup Linux kernel into memory, and it's sitting there waiting to go. And when your primary kernel crashes, it can jump into the secondary kernel, and now you can be able to do debugging or keep the system running or whatever the case may be. And so kexec is an interesting tool that we can actually use. So Workin is both a binary, but it's also that binary plus a very small operating system, which includes a Linux kernel. And so first we boot the Workin Linux kernel that's in the Workin image. We download the container, do all of that stuff, prepare the initRMFS, and then we do a kexec pivot into the new kernel. So you actually, as part of your booting, you're going to boot the Linux kernel twice. The first time for the bootloader, and then the second time from the kernel that's been extracted from the container. The third thing that Workin provides is config persistence. So we did need to have some way to persist some information about that particular deployment. So when you're actually deploying a container on bare metal hardware, for example, some clouds have fairly sophisticated networking setups. Maybe DHCP doesn't work at all, and you have to set up bonding and static IPs that are associated with that particular server. Now, because we have a goal for Workin to be stateless, we can't just install an operating system and then configure it all. So we needed some way to be able to persist that configuration across reboots. And so the way that we do this is Workin takes that local state and persists it in EFI variables. So basically, the first time you boot the system, you're going to have to set it up, for whatever it's networking, whatever the needs are, tell it which container to boot. Once you have it all working, then you save that config into EFI, and from that point on, that server is just going to boot automatically. The last thing that it does is network setup. And I've already hinted to this, that on different clouds you have different networking scenarios. Some will just have it working with DHCP. Some will use IPv6 Slack. Others will just have static configuration. You're expected to set up things like bonding and your IP addresses manually. And so Workin also provides the ability to take that networking setup from EFI and then actually set up that network inside the Workin as it boots. And so this is what it actually looks like to prepare a bootable container. If you've ever used a Docker file, that's exactly what this is. Basically, the top just says, we're going to take in an argument which is called tag, and this is just so that we can iteratively build this on multiple releases of Debian. And we're going to say from Debian. So we're just going to choose to base this on top of the core Debian image. And then we're going to do the next step, which is to install the packages we need in order to get it working. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to update the metadata with apt, and then we're going to upgrade all of the existing packages that are there. So now we have the freshest base repo. Then we're going to install initRMFS tools. And the reason for this is actually surprising. The reason is that if we don't install initRMFS tools, it will be installed as a dependency of systemd and the kernel, which we're going to install next. And the problem is we actually don't want to generate an initRMFS because the whole image, the whole container image is going to be the initRMFS. And so that can easily double, if you're building a small container, for example, generating the initRMFS can easily double the size of the container image. So all we're doing here is we're installing initRMFS tools, and then we're linking over the initRMFS process with bin true. And what this will do is that whenever the system tries to generate an initRMFS, it will just immediately succeed, and now we don't actually generate an initRMFS. So lastly, we install the kernel, Linux image generic, followed by systemd. And now we have all of the packages available. The last line, by the way, just clears the apt cache so that we don't store that in the container. Makes the container image smaller. So now we have all the packages installed that we need to make a bootable container. We need to do two additional things. The first is that we need to symlink the kernel that we've just installed into the special file name workin.kernel. And this is just so that Workin knows where to find the image. You may have multiple kernel images installed or so forth, and we didn't want to have to do magical interpretation. So you make the decision, you decide what kernel you want to boot, and just link it into the right place for us. The last thing that you need to do is you need to actually set up systemd to run when the system starts, and you just do that by symlinking the binary to /init. And that's it. We've created a bootable container image. That's really all it took. This is an example for Debian, but we have, I think, 5 or 6 different OS's examples on the GitLab site, so you can go and check them out there. All right, so now we're prepared. We've gotten our party. We're armed for battle. And the question is, are we going to fight the battle? Yes, we're going to fight the battle, so we're going to do the battle for boot. And this is what it would look like to actually boot this thing. The first 2 lines here, curl, all we're doing is downloading the pre-built Workin kernel and inodrd. So all of this is built in a reproducible way on GitLab. So you can see exactly what goes into those images. There's no surprises. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to do direct boot. So if you remember before, I talked about direct boot as one of the options. This is where you basically load the kernel and initRMFS directly. And that's what we're doing. We're using QEMU for this. So we're going to launch QEMU, and we're going to come back to the kernel command line in a moment. But go to the second option, which is the kernel, and inodrd. You just see that all we've done is specify the files that we downloaded, and that's the Workin bootloader. The next 3 lines are just basic setup. We're going to enable KVM, and we're going to say we don't want any graphics for this particular image, and that's because we're just going to dump all of the stuff to the terminal and record it that way. And then the last thing is just to set, we want 4 gigs of memory for this VM. So that's pretty straightforward. Now let's go back to the kernel command line. We can provide a command line here, but think about it this way. If Workin is an onion, there's an outer kernel and there's an inner kernel. And so you need to have the ability to pass arguments to the outer kernel, which is the Workin bootloader, but you also need to be able to pass arguments to the inner kernel, which may be different from the outer kernel. Perhaps the outer kernel and the inner kernel have different hardware support because they're different versions, and maybe the software behaves differently. So all we do in this example, the first thing we do is we just tell it which console to use, which is the serial console, and that's why we disable the no graphic. You can see all of the Workin arguments start with WYR. So WYR-arg. This is passing log level equals 3 to the inner kernel. Right, so anything that you specify as just a normal kernel command line argument here will be passed to the outer kernel. All the Workin arguments, all the things that start with WYR are going to apply to the inner kernel. The last one here is weird.image, which is just the slug to the container that we want to boot. And that's pretty much it. And I'll actually give you a demo of this. So first we're going to open up this shell script, and all this is just a convenient way to put all the same stuff in there. So you see all the same arguments formatted in a slightly different way. And you can see we have the command line as well as the kernel initRD there. And we're just going to run this QEMU image. And so we're now booting the outer kernel in Workin. That's what's happening right now. It's being done silently. And as soon as that kernel boots and the networking comes up, we are going to start, okay, we've already started. Now that we're going to deploy this container, we're downloading that container right now. We're, as I said, stream converting it into an inner MFS. And then finally, we are booting it. And so now we are actually booting the inner kernel, which you can see here. And that's it. We've done the whole thing. So, but there's other forms of booting as well. So this is an exact same example. The only difference here is that we're setting up OVMF as our EFI in QEMU, and we're booting an ISO image instead. In this case, we don't have access to set the kernel command line directly. So now we're looking at a little simple bootloader here to give us a menu to type command line stuff. So this is what it would be like if it was on bare hardware and you were booting off an ISO image, maybe from a USB key or whatever. And so we're going to say, there's the working argument again, specify the console. We're going to specify the image, which is that Debian image. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to save these parameters using the EFI equals write command to EFI. And so now that EFI image that we enabled with QEMU when it was being booted has now persisted all of those options that we typed. And so on the next boot, we don't even have to type anything that we did in the first case, because everything has been persisted to EFI. Other than that, it's exactly the same experience as before. We're downloading our container image. We are stream converting it into an inner MFS. And I do have a note here. There's some very, very old, very obscure hardware that if you attempt to write to EFI, it bricks it. And I just wanted to warn people of that fact. But it's very unlikely you'll actually hit that anywhere in production. And so we've written all of the variables now, and we're now booting a second time. So this is the second time of our boot. The only reason I'm editing command line image here is because we have to put stuff over serial console. But all of the other variables are now being pulled from the EFI. And we'll see it again. We scanned, meaning that we found that information from EFI. We've loaded our kernel, and now we're booting the inner kernel. And that's it. Now, keep in mind, the entire operating system is memory resident. Now, doesn't that cost you a lot of memory? Not really. The reason for this is, even if you are deploying a large operating system, if you keep your container image small, yes, it's all going to be memory resident in memory. However, if you're just keeping your container image to the stuff that you use, all of that stuff is going to get loaded from disk into memory anyway, and the operating system is going to cache it. So even if you installed that same exact container image to disk and then booted it normally, you're still going to get roughly the same amount of stuff in memory, plus or minus. So it's not actually super painful. I'll give you a quick overview of the work and boot arguments, as we saw before. Weird.img tells you which container you want to boot. Weird.arg is any arguments that you want to pass to the inner kernel, and that argument can be specified as many times as you have arguments to pass to the inner kernel. The next one is weird.net, and this one takes a little bit of explaining. So there's a kind option, and then a file, section, and key. And ignore the kind option for a moment. The file section and the key are essentially the structure of an ini file. So if you're familiar with what an ini file looks like, that's exactly what this is. It's the name of a file, there's a section in the file, and then there is a key and a value pair in the ini file. And that's because, surprise, surprise, we're generating an ini file using this argument. And the purpose for this is that it's actually generating the network D configuration. So if you saw before, we installed systemd. Systemd comes bundled with systemd network D, which has a full list of networking operations. You can do very sophisticated networking setups with network D, and so there's really the sky is the limit. And this is a very, very repeatable pattern. Basically, if you say, that if you put these arguments in, it's just going to generate the network D configuration file during its boot, and then network D will start up whatever that networking is when it's booted. So we don't even have to document that for you. As long as you can understand that those things transition to an ini file, just go read the network D man page, and it will tell you more information than you ever wanted to know about networking. The last two boot arguments are the EFI write and EFI clear options. And these allow you to persist whatever changes you've specified to EFI, or conversely clear them if you've done something that's wrong and you can't get it to boot, and you're just stuck in this boot loop. You can specify the clear option. It will clear out all of those options, and then you can try again from scratch. So the most important thing about Workin is that it is also itself a bootable container. The only difference is that Workin is a pre-generated kernel init RMFS. So where normally you boot them on the fly, the kernel init RMFS that you downloaded are just generated ahead of time. And that's the only difference. And so what you're actually seeing here is that we are chain booting Workin. So in other words, we're booting into one version of Workin, and then we're telling it, go boot this other container, where the other container is itself a Workin image. So right now we've loaded the Workin itself as a second bootloader, and we've now chain booted. And so this can be useful, for example, if you were to write Workin into a ROM, for example, where you could then use Workin to chain boot onto a network downloaded Workin, and now you can have updates of the bootloader itself as you're actually doing your boot. And so, yeah, that's it. Now we've chain booted Workin. Now you may be wondering, after all of this, what it feels like. This is what it feels like to use Workin. Anybody Stranger Things fan? Yeah, all right. So that's my talk. Any questions?
If you've got some, hold up your hand so we can have the audience hear it. There might be people.
So how do you track whether or not you've already written EFI to individual devices? Isn't there some opportunity to actually mess things up there?
I'm not quite understanding the question. The question was, how do you keep track of whether you've written the EFI to the devices or not? You can always override. Anything you specify as a boot parameter is going to override what is actually in EFI. So there's always a recovery mode. In terms of whether or not you've written before, it sort of doesn't matter because you could just rewrite again. And it is sort of, the intent of booting Workin, and if you haven't noticed from all the metal puns, we're doing this for bare metal, right? And so the intent here is that you're going to have to be setting up a bare metal system. Even as good as the clouds are today in provisioning bare metal, there is some manual process presumed to be involved. We want that process to be as minimal as possible, and then to rapidly iterate from there on out. So hopefully that answers the question.
Anybody else?
Do you support Kali Linux with this? Okay. Do you support? Sorry, that was loud. Do you support Kali Linux with this?
I haven't tried. You're welcome to try. It's a very simple Docker file recipe. So if there's Kali Linux recipe, Docker files for doing containers with Kali Linux, then install a kernel and make sure you have the right symlinks in place, and it should work. But is Kali Linux systemd based? Yes, okay. Anything that's systemd based is going to be a really easy experience. It starts getting much harder when you get outside of that realm, because then you have to do things like modify handcrafted scripts that has certain assumptions about things. But anything that's systemd is going to work very well.
Anybody else? Okay, I've got a few. I was just curious about using this for the use case of handling edge devices that are unintended. Yep. And wondering if this could be a mechanism to install updatable OS images out there at these edge locations. Absolutely, and in fact, it would be a great companion to use with NARCs, which is the thing we talked about at the beginning. NARCs, if you think about it this way,
draws in the security profile of your application so that when you're deploying that application on the edge, which has a lower security domain than a traditional one, you want that security domain to be as tight as possible around the application. So you write and deploy your application using NARCs, and then you could deploy the operating system on which it runs using Workin, and that's a great pair. You might ask about the security of the host operating system in that case. Well, it mostly doesn't matter. That's the purpose of confidential computing. The idea is to install essentially what is an insecure operating system and then have a secure trusted execution environment within which your app runs. And the only thing that the operating system provides is resource management. So how much memory is the application using, right? Is it balanced effectively with other applications that are running and so forth? But because it's running in a trusted execution environment, the kernel can't see, even in ring 0, you can't see into the memory of that application because it's all guaranteed by the hardware. So yes, it is actually a really nice setup for particularly those purposes.
Follow-up then, aligned with this trusted execution environment, is there any value on that device of spending extra money to put a TPM module or some other module on the physical hardware, or does this take care of the same kinds of problems?
Anything you can do with a TPM, you can also do with a trusted execution environment, and you can do better with a trusted execution environment. With a TPM, you basically just get limited key management as well as secure boot. Secure boot is a great marketing phrase, and what it means is that when you turn on the operating system, all of the components of the operating system are measured throughout the boot process, and at the end result of that, you can perform cryptographic operations using that measurement in the TPM. In the case of confidential computing, the security of that chain doesn't really matter so much. Or at least not as much as traditionally it was required to. And so you can deploy applications in a way that's very efficient. They have a much smaller, much tighter security boundary. Any key provisioning, for example, doesn't need to go into the TPM because the application itself is encrypted while it's running. So you can do an attestation to a remote party. You can get in cryptographic keys or generate them internally so that no human ever sees them and get the public key signed by another party with attestation. And then your application can run in this way that's provisioned, but it's a very tight, hardened security boundary.
Got it.
Somebody over here had a question.
This is probably a really stupid fundamental question, but I'm still sort of struggling with containers in general overall, and I'm a security person. Essentially what we're looking at here is just nested containers, right? I mean, this is...
No, there's no actual container involved with this. We're using the container format as a way to package and deliver an operating system that is downloaded over the network that's network booted essentially. And so it allows us to reuse all of our development infrastructure for preparing our operating system images. When it downloads the container image, it's just a set of tarballs. And then we unpack those tarballs in a very careful way so that it efficiently creates an init-ramfs, and then we boot that init-ramfs. So once it's booted, there's no more container involved. There's no container runtime, there's no namespaces, there's no container at all. You just have an operating system, but we used the container packaging format in order to efficiently deliver it.
Okay. That's cool.
So, if the operating system, if you're trying to actually boot something, like, again, edge use case, if you're trying to actually boot something that's effectively going to run a single application,
okay,
how much of the sort of init tooling do I actually need?
So I think it's, if you're just trying to boot a single application,
yeah,
yes,
I mean, so like the use case that I have is it's actually a device that collects data for sensors.
Sure. If you want to run your own init process on that device and have a single process,
Yeah.
there's nothing that stops you from doing so. Okay. So you could completely eliminate the systemd step. Remember when we installed systemd? You could install the kernel, but you could leave systemd completely off of that. You could install your own binary as init, and now it's running as PID1, and that's all you have, right? You don't need any other infrastructure. You probably do need some resources, though, for like when it goes down and when it crashes. That's where systemd starts to become very helpful.
Yeah, well, and you also need the full user space.
Yeah. But if you have a hardware watchdog that can determine if the kernel's crashed and reboot the system, then yeah, go to it to your heart's content.
We've got a couple more in the back, but I'm
Sure,
going to step in.
I think we still have time.
Okay. Follow up to his device access. This might be more of an NARCS question, but at that edge use case, is it okay for this inner OS to get to I/O devices, storage devices, et cetera?
So if you're using NARCS to actually protect your application, then your application is encrypted at runtime, all of its memory pages. There's no way to tamper and look inside. In fact, if you go to narcs.dev/cryptal, we have a hack challenge right now. We're basically challenging anyone to see if they can hack the NARCS system and get at data that's inside. Once you've basically built and deployed your application with NARCS, that's a very tight package, right? And just your application is encrypted using a separate key. That key is governed by the hardware. All of the memory is encrypted or decrypted in the CPU directly by the memory controller, and the operating system has no access to any of that. Your application then runs. NARCS provides transparent encryption for all of your network operations, provides transparent encryption, or at least will in a future release, for all of your disk operations. And so once your application is in the NARCS deployment system, it never comes out unencrypted unless you intentionally do so. And so basically all of the secret material you're used to trying to have to protect in the operating system level, you don't have to try to protect that because you can't actually read into that memory inside of the NARCS keep at all. So we can de-escalate the necessity of having a really tight, secure boot image, which is really, really hard to provision. I don't know if you've noticed. We've had TPM devices, going on, it's at least 15 years at this point. And they're still poorly integrated into our systems. And the reason they are is because it's an incredibly fragile system, and one change breaks the entirety of the system. In fact, I've even filed a bug. There's a situation in Fedora where if you install on a Windows device with secure boot, the fact that it reordered the boot process breaks the encrypted drive in Windows, right? That's just how fragile the systems are when you have to depend upon secure boot for this. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a much better system where you can have full general compute available with the same level of hardware protections that you would expect out of a TPM.
Talking specifically about working.
Yeah.
You mentioned Edge. You can't say Edge without ARM.
Sure.
Is there any ARM support on the working side?
There is no reason it won't support ARM. All the major ARM systems these days are EFI. Everything's built using Rust, which compiles fine to ARM. I haven't actually built it and tested it, but I would absolutely welcome contributions for supporting ARM.
So I was wondering about the kernel. Do you have the kernel config? Is it like a standard kernel? Or
It's Debian.
It's Debian. Debian's kernel. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no modifications on top of it.
Yeah. If you can boot the Debian kernel, you can boot working.
Okay.
Last call. Any other questions?
I just went to the GitLab project. I didn't see any documentation or anything on there. Is there anywhere where we can look up the documentation on?
There's pretty extensive documentation in the README. So if you go to
maybe I just didn't look at in the right place.
And just scroll down. There's quite a bit of documentation.
Yeah, no, it's there. It's okay. I think I didn't see that because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I have the same problem too.
Anybody else?
Does this work with Pixie or iPixie?
Yes. Yeah, basically you have the work and produced kernel and inner MFS. You can boot those any way you want. We also produce from that an ISO image that just boots that kernel and inner MFS. So whether you use the kernel and inner MFS to boot or whether you use the ISO image to boot, You can configure it any way you want on your hardware, and it'll work. So using Pixie, for example, Pixie just fetches the kernel and initRMFS from TFTP over the network. So just put the working kernel and initRMFS on your TFTP server, and there you go, it's booted.
Any others? Okay, well, I want to thank Nathaniel. This has been a great talk.
Thanks for having me.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Safe journey home, everybody.
Okay, this is the Canadian network of, what was it? No, this is, how does that go? There's this great, wonderful pun, but I can't get it rattled out. Oh yes, this is the Dominion network of the Canadian broadcorping castration.
Check, check. Test 2, check.
Sounds good. Enjoy. Can you, I mean, I guess just somewhere up front here. Hi, everybody. We're still a few minutes from getting started, but feel free to grab a seat. Feel free to grab some ice cream or some coffee or some snacks from the back of the room as a sweet way to end SCaLE.
That way if he has Q&A and everything.
So if you are in the back of the room, again, there are plenty of seats. Come grab a spot. Even socially distant, we are good. And again, enjoy some ice cream in the back of the room. We'll get started promptly at 3 o'clock, which is just a few minutes away. Yes.
Is there a raffle going on?
We have a prize we will be giving away. Yeah.
Can I get in on the raffle?
The raffle is already complete. The winner is already selected.
Really?
Yeah. But it's a giveaway for some of the activities we did. It's a giveaway for the activities we did over the last couple of days. The winners.
In 1997, he showed up at the World Science Fiction Convention in Maryland, Baltimore. It was a kind of a snap talk that he proposed on the spur of the moment. And I went into the room. It had only gone out on the internet. up and said, "Is there any more technical?"
Yeah. Cool. Anyways, thanks for making it out, Rick.
Good to see you, sir.
Good turnout.
Yeah. That guy that just came. Cool. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we're all super excited for the presentation in just a moment, so I'd ask if we can start to settle down, start to grab some seats. There is not many sessions that will pack a room at 3 o'clock on a Sunday. I know we're all super excited about this one, so thanks for coming out. Again, at the risk of you all running out of your seats one last time, which I don't encourage, there is still some ice cream in the back of the room for those of you that are looking for some. Okay, maybe it's gone. There is definitely some coffee and some other things. Again, thank you to our amazing break sponsors that supported the event. VMware, Mattermost, and I am blanking. This is what happens after 4 days of being here. I will get that in a second, and I will thank them. Hopefully they're not watching the recording. Databricks, yes, sorry, Databricks as well. So thank you again. We are super excited to have everybody back here together after that 2.5-year break. For those of you that were here in the morning, it's maybe closer to a 4 or 5 hour break, but thanks again. We've got a few administrative things, and then we'll go ahead and get started with our main attraction with Dr. Sir. So how many of you participated in the Expo Floor passport program / scavenger hunt? How many of you feel like you got all the answers right? Okay, much fewer hands. Turns out only one did. And he was tenacious in doing so. He was tracking me down, asking me for suggestions, tips, trying to figure out if I knew the answers. I did not, because I didn't put together the program and it looked hard, so I didn't personally do it. I also don't think I'm allowed to give myself a prize. We've actually got, I see him in the room here, so Kyle, do you want to come join me on stage and tell us a little bit about what they have won, and then I will tell you who it is.
Hey, everybody. So, what we have for the raffle winner today is a fully decked out Librem 14 laptop with... Oh, what makes it special? So, one of the things, so when we made it, we looked into what are all the things that we learned from all the past laptops we made. that we think would make this our dream laptop. So in addition to having hardware kill switches that shut off kill the webcam and microphone and the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, it runs core boot firmware. It also runs in open source embedded controller firmware as well that we developed. And in general, it's just like the best laptop that we've been able to make so far. So.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I'll give you one fun fact on Kyle. Kyle is the only SCaLE speaker that I know of in the last 20 years that we've been running the conference to have a literal explosion occur in their talk. Please, I know it might sound hilarious, but please don't leave cans of Coke directly behind the hot fans on projectors in the session rooms. I'm sure nobody intended to do it, but it made for a fun surprise for Kyle and a sticky situation for the hotel. So I'll stop keeping you all wondering if you won. The one person who did win is Dr. Sam Coleman in the back of the room. Come on up. And for those of you that don't know Sam, you've been coming to SCaLE since what, 2004? 2004? And you were, at the time, you helped us run the education track, among other things, if I recall correctly?
A time or two. A time or two, yeah.
Open source software and education. And so at the time, I don't think you were Dr. Coleman. At the time, I think you were just Sam.
Just a random dude.
But congratulations. I hope you enjoy this free software-powered laptop, open from... again, courtesy of the Purism team and Kyle. And before you take off today, we'll want to do a quick picture for the Purism folks as a thank you for that. Awesome. So again, thank you for coming out for the closing keynote. This is the first time we're doing this, but we thought it was an important opportunity given we had such an auspicious speaker joining us. And so as a reminder, just the last few things, again, we will be back here. Well, not here, but in Pasadena, a few miles away next year, March 9th through the 12th, returning to our home after all of this COVID fun. I appreciate you all sticking with us through the masks, through the vaccine mandates, through the tests and everything else. I know it's not fun. I hope that by next year we can skip a lot of this. No promises. It's not pandemics are not in my control, but I do know that we will be back together. All things being equal. So, with that in mind, our next speaker I don't think needs an introduction, but I first heard of him in high school. I was reading a book called Where the Wizards Stay Up Late, The History of the Internet. If you've not read it, it's a fantastic overview of just all of the early days of the internet, how things came together at various institutions to build what we now, most of us, run our careers on today. Everything from how this conference was organized to what we did through the pandemic to how I get cat litter through the mail, all organized and coordinated over to CPIP. I don't know if Dr. Cerf had that in mind when he did it, but that was interesting. So yeah, we're super excited. The other thing the interesting piece here is Dr. Cerf did this while he was at UCLA. And for those of you that don't know, when SCaLE started 20 years ago, that was done by students at UCLA and USC and UCSB and CSUN and a few other local schools when we were all we children in our freshman and sophomore years of college thinking that running conferences would be easy. One thing I can tell you is that after 20 years, the only thing I have learned is that it is not easy. But yes, so we're super excited to have Dr. Cerf, and one of the things that has been a pleasure for me over the last 20 years is just getting to meet my internet and sort of CS heroes as we bring them on stage here for keynotes and for other activities. And so, without further ado, I give you Dr. Cerf, who's joining us all the way from Virginia, and appreciate him making the time as well as and for joining us. So, thank you, Dr. Cerf.
Well, thank you all very much. You know, when people clap before you said anything, my first reaction is to sit down because it won't get any better than that. Now, you all clearly understand the tactic that's been employed here. You wait until the last session of the 4 days of grueling, fantastic. I looked at the list of sessions. Holy moly, you guys have got an enormous amount of useful information, and I'm sure in the corridors in between, lots of other very useful ideas have been flying back and forth. So what you do on the last day is you get the talking dinosaur to come out. And it doesn't matter what the dinosaur says. The fact that he can still talk is amazing. So I've been given a few suggestions, though, about things to talk about. And I understand that when you get to be my age, you tell anecdotes. And so we're going to go look into the past and look at a few anecdotes. And I see more than a few gray hairs in the audience, which means, I don't have any left, but my beard is doing okay. So for some of you, this will be, I hope, a kind of a fun reminiscence of things past that have taken us to where we are today. And where we are today is a big challenge. And I'll try to close my talk with some thoughts about things that we might collectively do to meet some of those challenges. And what I find most appealing, I think, about you in particular, is that you've been doing this conference now for 20 years, and there is this fellow feeling of collaborative sense of responsibility that you bring to the table that I wish everyone who writes software would bring to the table. So we're going to come to that in the last few thoughts of this talk. But let me start out by jumping into the time machine for a second and take you back to 1969 at UCLA, not very far away. There were 4 nodes by the end of December 1969 in operation at these 4 locations, which were selected by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency for particular reasons. UCLA was selected as the first node because Len Kleinrock, who is still a professor at UCLA, ran the Network Measurement Center. And my job as a graduate student there was to write software for the Sigma 7 machine to measure the performance of the ARPANET and compare with the queuing theoretic models that Len Kleinrock's students were developing, so we could compare what the predictions were from the queuing theory models and see what actually came out from the measurements. And I can tell you that the queuing theoretic models were always beautiful and mathematical and pristine and everything else, but they didn't always predict what actually happened in a real network. And I suspect that every one of you knows exactly why that's the case. So UCLA is Network Measurement Center. Then SRI International is the second node. And that was because Doug Engelbart was at the Augmentation Research Center at SRI International. His belief and the belief of JCR Licklider, who was running the Information Processing Techniques Office of DARPA, believed that computers could be a way of augmenting our capabilities. And I would say that they were right. Our capabilities today, what we do every single day, are often augmented by the kinds of software that you write and other people write to help us do things that we couldn't do on our own, not least of which, for example, is searching the entire World Wide Web. So that was the second node. And then the third one was UCSB because they were doing some really interesting work on the presentation of complex functions on a screen so you could see what the computations were producing. And finally, University of Utah, because they were very much involved in computer graphics at the time. Now, you can imagine computer graphics in 1969 are not like what they are today. But one of the guys at Utah invented one of the first hidden line removal algorithms. So if you were doing 3D rendering and you wanted to show what it looked like, what the surface looked like, you had to remove the parts that couldn't be seen. So he found, it was John Warnock, whom some of you will know, started a famous company called Adobe some years later. So that's 1969, many years ago. And this is a picture that was taken in 1994. It was the 25th anniversary of the ARPANET. On the left, you see John Postel, who sadly passed away in 1998. In the middle was Steve Crocker, who led the network working group that did all of the host-to-host protocols, the telnet protocols, the FTP, and eventually SMTP for email. So he was the leader of that group, and he was at UCLA, as was John Postel. All three of us went to the same high school, Van Nuys High, up in the San Fernando Valley. I don't know, must have been something in the air. But we became good friends at UCLA as graduate students. It took us all day to organize this shoot for Newsweek magazine because we had to draw all those pictures with the backdrop hanging there. Then we had to go find the zucchinis and the yellow squash and the five-pound tins of coffee and then string it all together. Now, this is Newsweek magazine, 1994, and we thought we would put up a geek joke for those who understood it. So if you look carefully at this network, you notice that it's mouth to mouth and ear to ear, but there's no mouth to ear. This network would never work. So that was our little geek joke in 1994. But we were celebrating that anniversary of the ARPANET because without it, we would not have even bothered to do the internet. So now I'm going to skip very, very fast forward here. Past the original early designs of TCP and then later TCP/IP, this was a demonstration that I called for after I moved to Virginia in 1976 to run the internet program for the Defense Department. And I wanted very, very much to show that the TCP/IP protocols could really work across different kinds of networks over considerable distances. So we had a mobile packet radio network in the San Francisco Bay Area, driving up and down 101, radiating packets like crazy, through a gateway which had been configured to send those packets all the way across the ARPANET, which by that time extended into Europe over an internal satellite hop from Etam, West Virginia to Tanum in Sweden, and then a landline to Norway, to the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment, and another landline down to University College London, and then popped out of the ARPANET at that point into another gateway that led to the Atlantic Packet Satellite Net, which was based on Intelsat 4A hanging over the Atlantic, with multiple ground stations all vying for access to one single satellite channel. So it was like having an Ethernet channel in the sky. And then through the packet satellite network to Etam, West Virginia, down to another ground station, back into the ARPANET, all the way across the US again to USC, Information Sciences Institute. So if you do the math, of course, going from the roving vehicle in San Francisco down to Marina del Rey is about 400 miles. But the packets had gone through 2 synchronous satellite hops back and forth, and so it's about 100,000 miles. And I remember when we did it and it worked, I was jumping around in my office saying, it works, you know, like it couldn't possibly have worked. Listen, if it's, you know that if it works, if software works, it's a miracle. So that was a really important demonstration from my point of view as the program manager for this. Now we'll skip forward. Now we're in the early and mid-1980s. After the ARPANET and those 3 network demonstration was done, and further standardization was done, then we implemented the TCP/IP protocols on every operating system we could get our hands on. In 1982, John Postel announced that we are going to switch over from the NCP, host-to-host protocols of the ARPANET, to the TCP/IP protocols of the Internet on January 1, 1983. So this is January of 82, we make this announcement. And everybody sort of grumbles a bit, you know, everything seems to be working okay with the host-to-host protocols and Telnet and so on. So why do we have to do that? And we say, well, you know, if you don't do that, I won't fund your program next year. Oh, okay, I get that. So I had Dan Lynch, whom some of you know is the founder of Interop, was measuring how many implementations of TCP/IP he could detect on the ARPANET. And so he would report to me, once every couple of weeks. And I could see the curve was going up. And then somewhere around the summertime, it flattens out. So, I'm a bureaucrat at this point, so what do? Well, you clearly create incentives. So I called the Defense Communications Agency, it's now called DISA, and I said, will you shut off the capability of the ARPANET to carry anything except TCP/IP? They could do that. It turns out there was a way to do that. And I said, turn it off for a day. So they did. Of course, the phone ringing off the hook. What's the matter with you? You blankety, blankety, blank. Can't get any email, files don't worry. And I said, I just want you to know I can do that. Oh, okay. So the curve starts going up again. Then somewhere around late summer, October or something, it flattens out again. So I called DCA, turned it off for 2 days. Phone rings off the hook. Everybody made it on January 1, 1983, except for 2 guys, and they pleaded, for some kind of mercy, and we said, okay, we'll give you another month or 2. So everybody made it up. Now, how many everybody's were there? There were only 400 computers on the internet at that point. 400 as opposed to 400 million or whatever the numbers are today. If you include the IoT devices and the mobiles, we're into the multiple billions. So it's now 1983. NSF is starting to invest in internet technology for hooking computer science departments up to the ARPANET and then to the NSF network backbone. And they've quickly run out of gas. They essentially sent out an RFP asking for a higher speed network. Now, remember, the backbone speeds of the ARPANET were 50 kilobits a second. Okay, that was broadband in 1969. So NSFNet launches with 50 kilobits and basically runs out of gas. It switches to 1.5 megabits and lasts for a little while, and then it switches to higher speeds. And we just kept going. Eventually we end up in the multi-gigabit range. So NSF makes this big investment. They build a backbone network. They build about a dozen intermediate level networks to serve about 3,000 universities, the purpose for which is to help those universities get access to the 5 supercomputer centers that NSF and the Department of Energy are investing in. So the NSFNet comes up, and the supercomputer centers come up, and not long thereafter, NASA and the Department of Energy say, this looks like a good thing. So DOE builds the ESNet backbone, and NASA builds the NSI, or NASA Science Internet backbone. So during the mid to late 1980s, we're starting to see substantial implementation. Of course, if we go to look at the internet today, now some of you will know I'm cheating, right? Because this picture was actually generated from the BGP backbones back in 1999. But it was so colorful that I thought I would keep it because it lets me illustrate something that you know, and that is that the internet is very dispersed. And there are literally tens of thousands, if not more, networks running. Each operator picks hardware and software to run, decides who to connect to and on what terms and conditions. There were no central decisions about your business model, who you connected with. The only thing we asked of everybody is please run the same protocols so that you could interoperate. And we wanted to encourage, Bob Kahn and I, to encourage people to build pieces of internet, find someone to connect to, and let the system grow. So that's what it looks like today, except bigger and more colorful. It is true that there is only one centralization element, and that is trying to coordinate IP address allocation and domain name assignment so that they're unique, and that's pretty important. But ICANN doesn't dictate what is done with those things. It just tries to make sure that if you want a domain name, that it's assigned uniquely to one organization or an IP address block to an autonomous system. So this is just my little memory of milestones. I'm sure that every one of you who's been engaged in this game have your own favorite milestones. So by no means should you take this as the definitive list of important milestones. They're just the ones that I happen to remember. One very important one comes after the internet goes operational in '93, and Cisco Systems figures out that they can make money by selling routers to universities that want to get hooked up to the net and put local area networks in place. Oh, by the way, I did leave out something important. 1973, Bob Kahn comes to visit me in my office at Stanford and says, "We have a problem." And I, "What do you mean we?" And he says, well, the ARPANET worked, and now the Defense Department wants to see if it can use computers in command and control. But he right away realizes if you want to do that, the computers are going to be in mobile vehicles and ships at sea and airplanes. And the ARPANET was built out of dedicated telephone lines connecting everything together. Well, you can't connect the ships together that way because they get all tangled up. The tanks run over the tanks run over the wires and they break, and the airplanes never make it off the ground. So he was already starting to work on the packet radio net and the packet satellite net at the time that we met. So we started working on the TCP design. About a mile or two away, Bob Metcalf and David Boggs are busy inventing Ethernet at Xerox PARC. So that was the fourth packet switching technology that was born during this 1970s, early 1970s period. So Cisco was the first to start commercializing this stuff. The way we used to build routers was to find a computer and a graduate student, and you wrap the graduate student around the computer and turn it into a router. The problem with that is we were running out of graduate students. So Cisco figures that out. Also, in '84, it becomes very clear that this thing is scaling up and that we can't go keep sending the host.txt file around to map the domain names into IP addresses. So we needed something that was more scalable. So Paul Macapetris and John Postel invent DNS, and it evolves over time. But it certainly has scaled dramatically. It's a pretty brilliant piece of work. So around 1988, by this time, Dan Lynch is doing Interop, and it's up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I walk in 1988. He started in '86. This small thing, you know, it was mostly lectures, but then it was an exhibit. Oh, and the deal was you can't exhibit unless you show that you can interwork with everybody else. So they'd bring out the ShowNet, this big fat yellow coaxial cable. You all had to plug into it and then show that you could talk to everybody else in the show. So Eric Benamou, who was then the CEO of 3Com, the company that Bob Metcalf started to sell Ethernet, and I walked into the show, and the first thing we encounter is a 2-story Cisco thing, you know, display. And so I turned to Eric, and I said, "Eric, how much do those displays cost?" And he says, "About $250,000. This is 1988, and I'm sort of sitting here and saying, "Oh, that's a lot of money." And he said, "That doesn't count the people who had to stay there and man the booth for a week." And so I'm just standing there, you know, my jaw is dropping, thinking, somebody thinks they can make money out of the internet. That's amazing. So at this point, I'm starting to wonder, because, you know, how are we going to let the rest of the general population get access to this thing? Because up until that time, all of the networks were funded by the government agencies, NASA, DISA, DISA was involved. So NASA, DISA, NSF, DOE, and DARPA. So there was an appropriate use policy that said no commercial traffic will flow on a government-sponsored backbone. And you could imagine a rationale for that. They didn't want government resources to support commercial activity. But it became increasingly clear that even the people who were doing research under government grant actually needed access to commercial services that could be reached on the internet if it were permitted. So at this point, I'm working with Bob Kahn at his company, the Corporation for National Research Initiatives. And I had taken a little break from the internet from roughly 82 to 86 to build something called MCI Mail, which is a commercial email service. So in '88, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, so what could I say to the federal government that would let me break the appropriate use policy without really appearing to want to do that? So I called the Federal Networking Council, which at the time was mostly NASA, DARPA, NSF, and did I leave out NASA, DARPA, NSF, and DOE. their program managers were the people who managed the internet policy. So I called them and I said, would it be okay if I tried to connect the MCI mail system to the internet to see if we could get the email stuff to interwork? And to my surprise, they said, well, okay, you can, for a year. It was just an experiment. So by summer or so of 1989, we announced we have a gateway between the MCI mail system and the internet. And as soon as we make that announcement, all of the other commercial email service providers, which are islands into themselves, right? You can't talk to anybody unless you all have an account. So things like Telemail and OnTime, CompuServe, yes, all of those say, wait a minute, these MCI guys can't have this special treatment. We want on too. And so the government says, okay. So they all get hooked up, and two things happen. The first thing that happens is they all discover that all of their customers who used to be trapped in a walled garden can talk to all the other customers of their competitors, plus everybody on the internet, because they were all compatible through the internet mail protocols. And that was a little surprise. And then later, mail becomes almost free. So much for that business model. But the second thing that happens about the same time, maybe a little later in the year, is 3 commercial internet services pop up because we've just broken the AUP limitation. So UUNet in Virginia and PSINet in Virginia and SurfNet in San Diego all get started in 1989. Okay, this is anecdote number, 17. SurfNet used to be spelled SURFNet. And of course you'd do that. You're in San Diego. What else would you do? So they had a whole campaign all laid out, T-shirts, surf the internet and all this stuff. And then a couple of weeks before they actually launched, somebody discovers that there's an organization in the Netherlands called SurfNet, which is, it's a Dutch acronym, and they are building a network to connect the universities in the Netherlands. So they can't call themselves SURFNet. So Susan Estrada was the executive director at the time. And so somebody says, well, why don't we change our name to the California Educational Research Foundation Network? Because, it sounds the same. And then somebody says, maybe we should call Vint. So they call me up, and they say, can we call it SurfNet? And my first reaction was, if they screw this up, am I going to be embarrassed? And I thought about it some more. Wait a minute now. People name their kids after other people, and if the kids don't come out right, they don't blame the people they named them after. So I said, sure. So I flew out to California in 1989, and Susan and I had a plastic bottle full of glitter, and we smashed it on a Cisco router, and we launched the SurfNet. So by that time, we're starting to see real commercial services pop up. Rick Adams was the founder of UUNet, and so we're talking 1989. So in 1997, he sold the company for $2 billion to Metropolitan Fiber Systems, which on the same day was acquired by WorldCom for $14 billion. So he made out okay. That worked. That was good. So just picking a few more of these things. The big deal after commercialization, of course, is when Tim Berners-Lee announces the World Wide Web, which is late December, as I recall. And I don't think too many people actually noticed. He was doing it on a Next machine, which was very cool, at CERN. But not too many people noticed, except for these two guys, Mark Andreessen and Eric Bina at the National Center for Supercomputer Applications in Urbana-Champaign. And they look at the text-based interface and they say, boy, it would be really cool if we could make a more graphical interface, wouldn't it? So they do Mosaic. Comes out around 1993. And everybody notices because suddenly the internet looks like a magazine with formatted text and imagery and eventually streaming audio and video. So that was a big deal. And Jim Clark, the founder of Silicon Graphics, takes one look at the Mosaic browser and he says, this is a big deal. Now, remember, he started Silicon Graphics, which turned out to be based on another chip that ARPA funded called the Geometry Engine. So he flies out And he takes Mark Andreessen and Eric Bina, and maybe a few other people, back to the West Coast to start Netscape Communications in 1994. And by that time, I had left Bob Kahn's organization to rejoin MCI to put them in the internet business. And the first thing they wanted to do is build the MCI Mall. Okay, so I fly out to Netscape and buy $7 million worth of licenses for Netscape's browser and server. And the first thing I asked them to do is to figure out how to avoid having my servers filled with partial transactions that won't ever get cleared away and I won't know when to get rid of them. So please store the partial transactions on the user's computer. And so they went away and came back with cookies. So if you're wondering where cookies come from, you can blame Mark. No, don't blame me. So that, of course, they go public in 1995. The stock goes through the roof and the dot boom is on. The venture capitalists in San Francisco are throwing money at anything that looks like it might have something to do with the internet. And this goes on for a while. In 1998, in the midst of the dot boom, Google gets started by Sergey Brin and Larry Page. Yahoo gets started a little bit before that to surf the internet. The interesting thing about the arrival of the World Wide Web is that it triggered an avalanche of content that flowed into the net. It was so interesting. People were not looking for money for the content. They just wanted to know it was useful for somebody else, kind of like what you do. So this avalanche pours in, and pretty soon nobody can find anything because there's so much of it. So they need search engines. Some of you will remember Alta Vista, which came out of the digital research labs on the West Coast. And then Yahoo comes along, which was kind of more manual, I think, than some of the others were. And then Google, of course, with its clever strategy called PageRank, which was very successful. It didn't have a business model to start with, by the way. There was no business model. But not very long after it got started and after they brought Eric Schmidt in as the CEO, sort of adult supervision, then this three-way business model evolved, which was quite successful. ICANN gets started in 1998, and the original idea was that John Postel would be the chief technology officer for ICANN, and it would manage the domain name system and IP address allocations through the regional internet registries. As I say, John passed away in September of 98, but ICANN was really needed, and so they proceeded. Now, one thing I have not done is to tell you about the 1978 to 1993 protocol wars between the Open Systems Interconnection Model and TCP/IP, to say nothing of X25 and X75 and X29 and so on. That would take too long, so I won't do that. But a lot of people imagine that this is just smooth sailing and it was just step by step and everything was all planned out. And yet, nope, it was Sturm und Drang for many, many years, and it's still Sturm und Drang today. So just pushing a little further into time here, a few other things. The dot bust happens in 2000s, around April. Big lesson there. A lot of the startup CEOs apparently didn't understand the difference between revenue and capital. And in Economics 101 says you have a finite amount of capital to get your revenue engine going. And if you don't get the revenue engine going, you will run out of capital, and then what? So lots of dead bodies, of startups in 2000. But the internet kept going. The demand for that capability was still very strong. So YouTube gets started in 2005. Amazon Web Services comes up in 2006. The iPhone shows up. Now, I want to emphasize the iPhone for a moment because all of you, I'm sure, know what a transforming event that was. But now this is anecdote number 17 or 18, I guess. Some of you may know that the mobile phone was invented by a guy named Marty Cooper. He was working for Motorola at the time. What you might not know is that he started working on it in 1973, which is when Bob and I start working on the internet and Metcalf starts working on it. Something going on in 73. I don't know what it was, whatever we were drinking. So, anyway, this thing gets started in the same year, 73. And it gets turned on in 1983, the same year that the internet gets turned on. So Danny Cohen, another name you might know, was very much influential in the internet's splitting of TCP and IP because of real-time operation. He was all involved in packet speech, among other things. So Danny calls me up in early 1983 and says, come have lunch, I have something to show you. So I show up, and he's got this thing sitting on the table. It's about this tall, it's got a whip antenna on it, and it weighs about 2.5 pounds. And I said, what's that? He says, it's a phone. And I said, well, where are the wires? And he said, there aren't any. Well, how does it work? So he says, we talked about it for a while. And he says, I don't know the answer to that. Why don't you call the guy that invented it? So I called Marty Cooper on a Motorola Brick, which is what we called it then. And the first question I asked Marty was, how long does the battery last? And he says, about 20 minutes, but you can't hold the phone up longer than that anyway. So Marty, bless his heart, you know, presses on. He's still around. He's still around. He's in his 90s now. He's just written a book about the whole story of the invention of the mobile phone. But the iPhone is really triggering, as every one of you knows. When Jobs figured out something that none of us realized that we wanted, which is a device that had a camera, it had the access to the internet, it had access to the telephone system, it had a touch-sensitive display. I mean, it's got all of these amazing features, all of which existed as a technology never put together in such an interesting way. That transforms everything because suddenly the internet is more accessible. Anywhere you can get a mobile signal, you get to the internet. And of course, the mobile phone gets more useful because it gets access to all the applications that are running on the internet. So the two are mutually reinforcing. It's a really powerful event. So 2007 is a big deal. In the world that we now inhabit, in 2008, 2009, several developments came out of the academic world, Ethane, OpenFlow, and Knox. This is basically software-defined networking, which really has transformed the face of building networks today. And in fact, in 2010, Nick McCune and his colleagues started a company called Nicira to build software-defined networks. And they were acquired by another company. It's very successful. There's lots more. I'm not going to try to repeat the last 10 years of development. And you've lived those last 10 years anyway, so you know them as well as I do. But they are pretty astonishing, and you guys are a part of that. So somebody asked me to look back and say, what would you do differently? And so I decided I'd put a little list together. The first one is obvious, right? I would have done IPv6 first instead of IPv4. But because it's been damn hard to cause an incompatible introduction of a new protocol at that low level in the architecture. In our own defense, though, we actually did a calculation when we were doing the original design of TCP to see how much address space we ought to have. Now remember, it was an experiment and we didn't know if it was going to work. So we said, okay, it has to work everywhere in the world because it's going to be supporting the Defense Department command and control system. So we said, okay, so how many countries are there? Well, how many networks per country? And we thought, well, how about 2, so there'd be some competition. Then we said, how many countries are there? And there wasn't any Google at the time to ask. So we guessed at 128, because that's the power of 2. And you know, we did the math, 256, that's 8 bits. Okay, so we know how many networks we got to deal with, 256 networks. And then how many computers per network? How about 16 million, you know, which is, at the time, they were millions of dollars. And they didn't move anywhere. They were in air-conditioned rooms, and they were hooked together with wires. But we thought, what the heck? And besides, it rounds it out to 32 bits, which is cool. So, and we thought, you know, that's 4.3 billion terminations if you could allocate them densely. Of course, you never would, but even if you could. And that was more than there were people in the world at the time. So we thought, that ought to be enough for an experiment. Now, I want you to imagine, you know, that you're a young Vince Cerf in 1973, and you go and your future self goes back and whispers in your ear and says, 128 bits of address space. And your younger self says, WTF, that's 3.4 times 10 to the 38th addresses. And you say, yeah. And I don't think I can sell that. It doesn't pass the red face test. Your network has never even been demonstrated, and you're telling me you need 10 to the 38th addresses? So I don't know if I would have gotten away with that. Now, there is a huge mistake that I made for mobility support. And this one, it's amazing how you can fool yourself into thinking you solved the problem when you actually haven't. I remember splitting TCP and IP. And then we had to figure out how the TCP identifiers would work on an end-to-end basis. So we created a pseudo header sucking the IP addresses up out of the IP layer into the TCP layer and used that for socket identification. And since I had an operating mobile radio network at the time, I thought we had dealt with mobility. Except for one thing. I didn't think about the possibility that your mobile would move from one network to a different network that had a different IP address space. And at the time, I was thinking, okay, I know. I can put another address space at the TCP layer so that it's okay to switch IP out from under the TCP. And those of you who know about QUIC know that the QUIC protocols establish a cryptographic shared variable at the upper layer, at the QUIC layer. So if an IP address changes, not both, but if one of them changes, you can reconstruct the network. If they both change, of course, they can't figure out who to talk to, so that doesn't work. Anyway, I thought that the mobile problem had been solved. Clearly, it has not been solved. And so that was a big mistake, and I regret that. But at the time, I was patting myself on the back for saving bits in the header. So, be careful what you congratulate yourself for. The other thing that has occurred to me is that radio has wonderful features, one of which is broadcast. You can transmit in all directions if you want to. And we don't use that in any of our protocols in a serious way. We kind of could do it, especially with synchronous satellites. You can imagine a protocol where a bunch of stuff gets sent to lots and lots of receivers, and the guys that didn't get it could raise their hand and say, please send me another copy. But we never really built any protocols to take advantage of that. Maybe that's something we should think about. Another thing that we could have done is put crypto into the system sooner than we did. And a lot of people come and say, blankety blank, you idiot, why didn't you put more crypto in at the beginning? We wouldn't be in such a mess that we are today. I don't actually think that's true. But at the time, in 1976, when Whit Diffie and Marty Hellman published their first paper on new directions in cryptography, it was stunning. And I'm sure the guys in the UK were especially stunned because they'd invented this idea in 1974. But they didn't tell anybody because they didn't want anybody to know about how clever this was. So anyway, the paper gets published, and the next year or so, 78 or so, the RSA algorithm to implement this idea gets invented. Now, you could say, why the hell didn't you just immediately implement the public key crypto? And my reaction, remember, it's 1977. I'm trying to get the damn thing demonstrated and implemented on as many operating systems as possible. And I look at the RSA idea and I said, this is retrofittable. I can put this in anytime. And so I wanted to get the system up and running and demonstrated first. So we did that. We were actually working using DES, which is a conventional symmetric key, to build a cryptographically secure system. And we were demonstrating that with a program called Black Crypto Red. I'm sure some of you know the red side of the net is the sensitive side, the black side is post-crypto. And we stuck DES in the middle. But key distribution is not nearly as nice with the symmetric keying system as it is with the public key system. But anyway, so we were clearly working on the crypto support. And of course, the NSA was busily doing some of its development work as well. But I remember thinking at the time, okay, if I were serious about insisting on cryptographic implementations, who are the users of this thing? It's graduate students, and I don't mean any offense, because I was a graduate student once too, but I can't imagine graduate students being really good about key management and all the other things that you have to do. And so I kind of was comfortable not doing that and not insisting on it too early in the game. And of course, multi-factor authentication would also have been a good thing to have thought about if we had any technology to support it, because even then everybody knew that passwords were a terrible idea. So here we are. We really want to add more security into the system. And so from my point of view, we really need work on BGP. I'm sure all of you know how easy it is to either be hijacked or just make a dumb mistake configuring something wrong. Almost all the really bad stuff that happens most of the time is somebody just making a mistake. Sometimes it's not. Somebody did it on purpose. RPKI is another thing that I would like to see more implementation. Ditto DNSSEC and DANE. So those are all things that we should be working on. I also think that more strong authentication in the system, all the way down to identifying a hunk of hardware and being able to authenticate that it is what you think it is, would be very helpful. And the Internet of Things really, really needs something to keep your simple IoT devices from being hijacked, like the, what is it, 500,000 webcams that were hijacked to do the DDoS attack against Dyn, which had cascade effects because Dyn was doing everybody's domain name resolution for a lot of very important companies, and they all disappeared off the net because Dyn fell over. Which, by the way, hang on to that thought for just a second, because if you're like me, you may be needing a change of underwear, because if you think about how dependent we are on certain key parts of the architecture, and you can see when they don't work, there are cascade failures. If your mobile doesn't work, battery's dead, can't get a signal, some other problem, then you can't do two-factor authentication maybe, or you just can't get into your email. So the business deal you were about to close doesn't happen. I mean, more than once, even just over this weekend, I had to go through a whole series of login and authentication steps, some of which involve the mobile. I now get 2 devices that I have to make sure work. And everybody in this room knows that the probability of success is multiplicative. So 90% successful times 90% successful is 81% successful if you rely on both things working. And if there's a third thing, it just gets worse. So we are steering right now into a very fragile future, in my opinion. And I hope those of you who are thinking about software development, architectures, and things like that will really give some thought to making this more robust. This isn't just a question of more security. This is more resilience, more alternatives. Like every screen ought to be useful for this authentications if you need it, things like that. Now, some people have criticized the basic assumption that we made that every device on the internet should be able to talk to every other device. And the reason that we chose that as our principle was that we didn't know which devices were going to need to talk to which devices at the time. And so we had no rationale for inhibiting communications. Now today we look back and realize that since everything can talk to everything, then the bad guys can talk to everything, and they do, and they cause trouble. So it could very well be that we should reconsider how to hide parties from exposure. And there are some suggestions in the sort of clean sheet designs that are coming to that. I've already mentioned about the dependencies. So, and I'm also very conscious of the fact that I can't even read my own watch. Now, those of you who have good eyes will know that this is a Ronald McDonald watch. and I only have 10 minutes left. I got this for teaching a class in networking at Hamburger University, just outside of Illinois. I am not kidding. There is a university. They teach people how to run McDonald's, and they were about to network them all together so they could keep track of the sales and the use of resources and everything else. And so they gave me a Ronald McDonald watch to commemorate the thing. So anyway, let me just riff for a second on open source and open standards, because that's what you do. And I tell you, what you do is really important. I still consider it to be one of the central engines of the evolution of the internet. Your willingness to share your code and your thoughts and your ideas and everything else. It's wonderful. Think about what happened with the World Wide Web. There was no class in being a webmaster. But what you got to do with the browser was say show source. So you could see, how did they make this really cool web page? Because you could see the HTML. And so lots and lots of people learned how to be webmasters from each other. And that's what you do. You learn from each other, which is great. It accelerates the pace of development. It also, open source also gives you an opportunity to find bugs. Now, there is a little problem with this. Sometimes open source leads people to think it's open source, everybody's already found the bugs because it's open source, therefore you don't need to look. Yes, you can stop laughing now. So I do worry about that, and I have pushed very hard wherever I can to argue that we need to support people like you more so that you can help us make more resilient and more stable and safe software. It's really tough because the curation of this software is really important. Some of the bugs that some of you know lie around for 20 years, and they just don't get noticed until they surface at exactly the wrong time. There's lots of supply chain risk factors that are involved because the open source software could be anywhere in the stack. And a bug that gets in deliberately, or a malware that gets in deliberately, can be really troublesome. So there's a real challenge for us as a community to support open source software in a sustainable way. So I just want you to know I'm a big fan of trying to find ways to do that. We need this stuff, the standards and the open source, for interoperability. Some people say standards inhibit competition, but I don't agree with that. I think that having commonality and interoperability allows for competition on top of the standardized platform. And of course, we all need to remember that we want to adapt our software to whatever new platforms have come along, Kubernetes and containers being a very good example, virtual machines and so on. This is a slide which I don't have time to talk about, but I want to just pause and ask you to look at it for a second, because these are all problem spots, and they are not the full list. They're just some of the challenges that lie ahead. Some of them are really tricky because they involve international agreements of some kind, whether it's treaties or norms or something else. Think for a minute about the world that we wish we lived in, one where accountability is enforceable and that agency is given to people and companies who are using the internet. Accountability and agency. And in order to make that work, you may have to give up some anonymity, because if you can't hold people, you can't hold anonymous people accountable. And so if they're deliberately doing harmful things, you have to have a way of tracking them down. It's a little bit like license plates. It's not a perfect analogy, but you know, license plates are gobbledygook, except mine, it says surf's up. So most of them are just random stuff. But the police department is permitted to penetrate the veil and find out who owns the car. It may not be the person who was driving the car, but they can penetrate that veil because it's their job to hold people accountable. So I think you should think a little bit about that. The other one, the thing that the last two bullets especially, I want to say straight to you that getting rid of bugs is really important. Making mistakes is easy in the software world. We do dumb things, you know, like buffer overflows or off by one bugs, or hey, we just read a variable and did a compare and a branch on it, except nobody ever set the variable, so it's a random number. It gives you really predictable behavior. So there's an ethical component here. Every one of us who writes software has an ethical responsibility to do the best we can to make it safe and secure and reliable. Now, in all fairness, the programming environments that we have are not exactly helpful in that endeavor. I was going to say suck, but you know. But this is a challenge to the academics, especially, to figure out how to design and build programming environments that actually alert us to the dumb mistakes that we might make. So I think this is the last slide, final thoughts. And I am happy to do some Q&A if you have any. So first of all, we have huge challenges to keep the internet open, safe, secure, sustainable, reliable, and connected. And the reason that it's a big challenge is that governments around the world, recognizing that there are problems in the online world, there are harms are being committed against corporations and people, and they want to do something about it. Now, some governments are trying to protect the government. Other governments are trying to protect the citizens. But it's a big challenge when the governments are trying to enact laws that aren't necessarily implementable from the technical point of view. So we're faced with trying to preserve the value of this connected internet while we're protecting people from harm. I also think that your work in open source is important for digital preservation. I want you to imagine you have a lot of digital stuff and you want it to last so that your great-grandchildren can have access to it. Well, you know, when you have digitized anything, you need software to help interpret it most of the time. What if it's a spreadsheet or a photograph? If you can't run the code that created the digital object 100 years from now, then it may not be available. So we have a huge challenge in maintaining the accessibility of digital objects over long periods of time. There's something ironic about this. There are clay tablets in cuneiform that were written 4,000 or more years ago. And if you can read cuneiform, which maybe 3 or 4 people in the world can, you can still read that clay tablet because it was a warehouse receipt and the warehouse burned down and the tablet was baked and that gave it longevity. Then there's vellum, sheepskin, calfskin. And that stuff lasts easy 1,000 years. And if you keep going forward to recording media, and then you get to 5 1/4 inch floppies, 3 1/2 inch floppies, CD-ROMs, and they last for, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 10, maybe 15 years. How about 7-track tape, 9-track tape? So we have a big problem, and that's preserving our digital future. And that is going to mean that old software needs to keep running somehow. Interpreters, emulators, all those sorts of things. So we really need to do that. And the second to the last bullet talks about accessibility, and by this I mean making software accessible to people with disabilities. And I wear hearing aids, and I've worn them for about 65 or 70 years. But there are people who have all kinds of vision problems and motor problems and everything else, and they often get the short end of the stick when it comes to accessibility. It's hard to do that. It's not falling off a log. You really have to think about, how am I going to make this application work for somebody who can't see or can't hear or doesn't have fine-grained motor control or some other problem. But figuring out how to do that is worthwhile because we're losing out on talents of people. Just because you can't see doesn't mean your brain doesn't work. And finally, making open source sustainable and trustworthy is a task beholden to you. So I apologize that I didn't leave any time, unless you want to stick around for a bit, for Q&A, but I really thank you for listening, and I thank you for what you're doing. Keep at it. Thank you.
So I am confident that a few people will take your offer up for a Q&A.
Okay.
As long as it was a genuine offer and you're ready to spend a few more minutes with us. And it seems like it was. So I think, Hannah, you are somewhere in the room with a microphone. If you would like to ask a question of Dr. Cerf, please.
Let me warn you that if I have trouble hearing the question, don't shout. That doesn't help. It's just a matter of clarity. But the nice lady with the microphone is wandering in the aisles.
Perhaps you want to stay up there.
Yep, and we'll do. So we have the first question.
Usually I run around like Geraldo with the microphone, but if everybody's wearing a mask, it doesn't do any good because you can't lip read through the mask.
Speaking of masks.
So, not so much a technical question, but having done all of this and your life story, what's next?
Oh, well, I didn't tell you about the project that started in 1998 at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Just after the Pathfinder landed in 1997, after 20 years of failure to get to Mars. Remember the 2 Vikings in 76, and then nothing works. 97, this little rover lands successfully, everybody cheers. So I show up at JPL the next spring, and I get together with a team that did the comms for the Pathfinder. And we spend about, a couple of days together, and we're trying to figure out what should we be doing now, that is to say 1998, that's going to be needed 25 years from now. And we said, okay, we want an interplanetary backbone network. So we started working on the design of the solar system internet. We are now at the point where we have new protocols that have been standardized by IETF and the Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems. We are running on the International Space Station and have been there for a decade. We've done deep space tests with some of the NASA spacecraft that have visited comets and things like that. We are prepared to go to the moon with the Artemis mission. There's a LunaNet design that Goddard Space Flight Center is working. We are working together with ESA and JAXA and CARI as well, and of course NASA. So this is all coming together. There is a group, if you want to look closely, it's IPN, Interplanetary Network, IPN SIG, Special Interest Group. IPNSIG.org is a chapter of the Internet Society. So we're located nowhere on Earth. We are in the rest of the solar system. I've been trying to get JPL to issue me a badge that says resident alien, which would be really cool.
Fun fact, several of the folks that are running our AV here today are involved in some of the fun and exciting missions at NASA JPL. So thank you all for running those cameras that are letting us share this talk on the internet.
Thank you.
So we've got one more question in the back.
Yeah. So there was a point on the previous slide talking about accountability and accountability and traceability or something of that sort.
Right.
And it's talking about how we wanted to make sure that people were behaving well, and to protect corporations, governments, and individuals from these bad actors. A better question from my perspective is how do we protect ourselves from government bad actors?
Mm-hmm. Also, very good question. And again, interestingly enough, accountability makes sense in that context too, because we would expect governments to be accountable for what they've done. Not all governments are willing to be accountable. You and I would probably agree on that. But if we establish a practice of accountability and we insist that that's part of the architecture and design, then at least we have a shot at it. I would not stand here and say, I promise or guarantee that that will work. But I believe that we should hold ourselves to the philosophy that people should be accountable and government should be accountable for what they do. And of course, one way to do that is to vote.
Cool.
Yes. Hi. So it's starting to look like with the rise of VR technology and AR that we're going to be in a lot more of virtual worlds. But we're having a lot of problems just deciding on what standards to use and even the underlying communications technologies. Do you have any advice, tips, tricks that we could possibly use while creating these?
So, remember, I probably don't have any better idea than you do, so be careful. Whatever I say, you should take with a grain of salt. I had the impression that there were some really interesting ideas a while back. Remember Second Life and VRML? Now, I don't know VRML intimately, so I could be saying, look at that thing, and you would say, I looked at it, and it's a pile of crap. But there have been attempts to find ways of sharing the descriptions of multidimensional spaces. I think we're going to have to experiment with this a lot. Here's the one thing I'm hoping for. Lots of people are going to try 3D stuff because it's all very exciting. We got chipsets that can do it, and we got headsets. Oh, that reminds me. This is going to be weird. We've been spending the last 2 years doing the video conferencing with Zoom and Google Meet and all these other things. And people are saying, yeah, I can hardly wait to do this with the 3D, headsets. And I'm sitting here thinking, how's that going to look? Because you got the camera here, but you're wearing this thing, and so you look like Darth Vader. In fact, we all look like Darth Vader. And so in order to do this 3D conferencing, you're going to have an avatar which means it's a new business model, right? You know, you can have, my avatar can have hair, for example, and you know, you rent suits from, you know, Ralph Lauren. I think we're a long ways from getting this right. The one thing I will notice is that the headsets have got to the point where there is less problem. You know, people get nauseated because they get signals, proprioceptive signaling. Isn't that a great 50-cent word? The proprioceptive signaling doesn't match. Your eyes are telling you you're going like this, and your body says you're standing here like that, and your brain says this doesn't make any sense. And so then it makes you throw up, which is, you know, thanks a lot. So I think we still have a ways to go, but it's getting better. But I think there's a whole ecosystem waiting and a lot of design and standardization. I would love it if it turns out that those three-dimensional environments could interwork somehow. But that would require a lot of agreement and cooperation and commonality of, you know, headset capability and coding and everything else. So guess what? You get to try that out. This is going to be cool. We got one more here.
Hannah?
It's up in front, and then one on the side. Well, you can yell, but we want other people to hear you too. So.
So you mentioned supply chain issues
yeah.
and specifically provenance, software provenance. Do you have any thoughts on systems like Nix, Gwix, or Gitian? Have you heard of any of those?
Those are not familiar, so if you want to say a little more about what they are supposed to do, is that?
Well, Nix is about reproducible build systems all the way to the executable.
Okay.
So essentially your hash is part of the binaries executable.
Yes, got it. So I like that a lot. I mean, I like the fact that it's that you can't make alterations without there being visible. You can make the alterations, but if you check first, there are a lot of hardware boot systems do that, right? So I'm a big fan of that sort of thing. It's another example of trying to make sure that the devices are equipped with the ability to figure out where did this stuff come from? Has it maintained integrity on its journey before I actually load it in and boot it up? So I like that idea a lot. I think we have one other question over there, and then we need to wrap up.
No problem. So thank you.
Thank you for answering my question. This is actually confirming an anecdote that Professor Douglas Comer told our class on the construction of the TCP/IP protocol when in discussions with the DoD. And that one of them thing was riding around a city that has been destroyed by nuclear war. And I was wondering if you can confirm or deny any of that.
Right, okay. So there's great confusion in the history here. Paul Barron, when he was at Rand Corporation, 1962 to 64, published an 11-volume series called On Distributed Communication. He was talking about mesh networks. This is 62. Mesh networks and packetized, didn't call it that, he called it message blocks for digital speech. He imagined routers, he didn't call them routers either, relays on the tops of telephone poles across the country. And so this big mesh, you could blow holes in it, but as long as there was some connectivity, stuff would get through. We used hot potato routing, which basically was send it to everybody and try to get it to the destination. So that was his model, and it never got built, but it was published. Then ARPANET comes along. Now, the ARPANET was driven by an economic requirement. ARPA was spending money on a dozen universities to do artificial intelligence and computer science research in the 1960s. And every year, everybody said, you have to buy us a brand new world-class computer so we can keep doing world-class research. And ARPA said, we can't afford that. So they said, we're going to build a network and you can share. And everybody hated that. But they said, don't worry, we are going to fund all of you. So you don't have to hide your results in order to have an edge on next year's proposals. We want you to share your results, share your software, and share your computing capability so we can accelerate the pace of artificial intelligence and computer science. So they, in fact, did build the network, but it was not based on nuclear holocaust or anything. It was just based on trying out a packet switching technology which we believed at the time would work a lot better than dial up a computer, send some data, hang up, dial up another computer, send some data, and hang up. We didn't think circuit switching was going to work for our bursty kind of applications. Of course, the telecom canon of the day was, of course you do circuit switching. That's how we've been doing it for 100 and whatever it was, 70 years or 50 years. And so we asked AT&T, would you like to participate in this thing? They said, no, it won't work. But we'll sell you dedicated circuits if you like, so you can build your stupid network. And so they did, and we did, and it worked. So now, when the internet comes along, I was worried about exactly the problem of recovery from major failures. And we even did an experiment to figure out what happens if you had a partitioned network. Radia Perlman figured out how to do the routing system to recover from a perforated or a bifurcated network. But in all honesty, none of those protocols were ever tested in the kind of nuclear holocaust that really blew a lot of pieces apart. I actually did, however, just to demonstrate it, fly packet radios in the Strategic Air Command bombers and basically cut up pieces of the ARPANET and then glued them back together using ground and air-based mobile packet radios, just to demonstrate that TCP/IP would link the pieces back together again. But it was not mature enough to deal with a serious post-nuclear scenario. So the real answer is none of this was really built to do that. It was built to figure out how to get computers to talk to each other. Okay, got to wrap it up. No, but thanks again. We really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for joining us and for sharing with us and for helping to be part of creating many of our careers. So with that, SCaLE is officially over, at least for those of you that are attendees. For those of us that are wearing orange shirts and jerseys and other embroidered materials, we have a couple more hours or days to clean up and wrap up.
Sure.
If you want to make that easier for us next year, we are always looking for additional volunteers and team members.
There you go.
But with that, we will see you again March 9th through the 12th in Pasadena. It's only about 6 months away, which I think I just scared my team quite a bit. 9 months away. They're like, they didn't want me to steal 3 months. You can be part of that, make this journey easier for the rest of us. Thank you very much.